too. All his life his mother had been taking in strays. She was also a pacifist, so he didn't know how to tell her that, absent the impending crisis in Trinity, Ellen's obvious vocational outlet was a post in a magical mercenary army. You know, visit day at Trinity College is tomorrow. Oops. Do I really need to go? I feel like I've spent my life on that campus. I could probably lead the tour and give the dirty lowdown about most of the faculty. Becca laughed. I'm sure you could, but this time you'll be there in a different role. She paused. I hate to admit it, but your father might be right. About going away for school, I mean. Ivy League or not. Mom, Becca plowed on. You've lived here all your life. You've never known anything else. To be honest, I'm surprised you want to go to Trinity. I know living in a small town gets on your nerves. Sometimes you have to go somewhere else to appreciate what we have here. I do appreciate what we have here, Jack said desperately. I don't want to go away to school. Trinity's fine. Listen to yourself. Trinity's fine. When I was your age, I couldn't wait to go away to school. I wanted to be as far away from my parents as possible. I wanted to live in awful student housing and immerse myself in the English poets and stay out all night. She frowned and bit her lip. All right. Forget that last part. He did his best to avoid the explicit lie. I feel like this year is like, a turning point. Like nothing is ever going to be the same. Fitch is going to Stanford, Will's going to Ohio State. I know they'll be home for holidays and stuff, but still. He looked down at the floor, avoiding her eyes. Seth and Ellen and Jason and we're just trying to find our way. I want to get through the summer before I make plans for the rest of my life. I hope you can just, trust me. He looked at her. Believe me, I don't think my future will hinge on whether I get into Harvard Law School. She studied his face, then nodded. All right, I'll give you some space. But I do want you to go down to the registrar's office tomorrow and sign up for classes. You can always drop, but deciding you want to go in September won't get you into a closed section. Okay. He shifted from one foot to the other, conscious of Shadow Slayer's weight across his back. Thanks, Mom. See you later. Moving at a trot, trying to make up for lost time, Jack cut across campus on his way to Perry Park. Ivy-covered buildings clustered around grassy quads. Tall trees shaded the stone walkways that quilted the greens. It was a place to be sequestered from the outside world. But the outside world had a way of intruding into Jack's life. Despite his rapid pace, he was intercepted before he made it into the margin of the trees. Will Childers appeared on one side of him, and Harmon Fitch on the other. They were wearing athletic shorts and soccer jerseys, carrying duffels, and he knew they'd just come from soccer practice. He felt a twinge of envy. Hey there, Jack, Fitch said, keeping step with him, despite Jack's longer stride. What's up? Long time no see, Will added. That's not true, Jack said. Must be catch up with Jack Day, he thought. Fitch, do you think he knows we're going away in another 3 months or so? Couldn't possibly, Will. Otherwise, he'd be more attentive to old friends, nostalgic about old times, anticipating the big goodbye. So where are you off to, Jack? Will asked, tugging at Jack's duffel bag. War games in the woods? How can we help? Fitch asked. We fetched Jason back. Now what else can we do? This isn't... I know, Will said, holding up his hand to stop the speech. This isn't our fight. It's only taking place in our town and involves all our friends. Let's pretend we argued about this and finally agreed that it is our fight. Well, Jack said, giving in. Come on, I'll show you what Ellen and I have been up to. Not that there'd be much for them to see. Perry Park straddled the city limits of Trinity. Mercedes had located the Weirgate deep in the woods in the hopes the traffic would be less noticeable to the non-magical citizens. Nick Snowbeard had built a barrier around the gate meant to turn the average Anawir hiker away. It was a confusion charm with a bit of structure to it. Jack had to create an opening for Will and Fitch. Still, passage through the barrier was not particularly pleasant for them. "This reminds me of Ravensgill," Will said, shivering. Fitch turned so pale, the freckles stood out on his face. "Why does it have to be so nasty?" "It's just ahead here," Jack said, pointing Will and Fitch in the right direction. "What?" Fitch peered ahead into the trees. "Where?" "It's right there," Jack said, gesturing. "It's finally finished. It's, about 40 feet tall and 15 feet wide. We're going to the gate." Jack unzipped his duffel and pulled out Shadow Slayer. Will looked at him suspiciously, as if he might be the butt of a joke. "We're supposed to believe there's a wall there?" Jack nodded, swinging his sword experimentally, feeling the usual thrill of connection with Shadow Slayer. The blade glittered in the light that filtered down through the trees. "I saw the other barrier wall thingy at Ravensgill," Fitch said, "but I don't see this one." "That's because this one is just for the gifted. They're the only ones who can see it. You can pass right through." He strapped on his baldric and slid his sword into its scabbard. "Remember when Seth first came to Trinity, and those wizards put up a barrier to keep him out? Same kind of thing." But it was not the same kind of thing. Not at all. Warren Barber had built a monster spider web around Trinity meant to catch Seth Macaulay. It was utilitarian, woven of snake-like tendrils that would grab you when you tried to cut through. But Mercedes couldn't bear to create anything that didn't add beauty to the world. So this wall was an elegant structure, like the crystalline rampart of some fairy castle, iced with crenellations, finials, towers, and turrets. Banners bearing the silver dragon flew from the towers. The gate was an impressive barbican that jutted from the wall. Jack could hear Ellen before she came into view. "Come ahead and try me," she shouted. "Who wants to be first?" Jack heard the music of her blade as she swung it. This was followed by a garbled hiss of wizard voices. Jack slid Shadow Slayer free and barged through the archway to find Ellen, Waymaker in her hand, confronting 4 pissed wizards. Ellen looked pale, stubborn, and more than a little shaken. For good reason. Lined up against her were Ellen's former warrior master, Geoffrey Wiley of the Red Rose, and Jack's old surgeon and would-be warrior master, Jessamine Longbranch of the White Rose. His fingers crept to the spot on his chest where she'd made her incision, saving his life and changing it forever. Unbelievably, there was also Claude Dorsey, Gregory Lester's co-conspirator who'd made his play at Second Sister to wrest control of the guilds from the Roses. What was he doing, hanging out with them now? With Dorsey was a fair-haired boy, maybe 14, who was taking everything in with avid interest. Now and then Dorsey leaned down and said something to the kid, as if explaining. Some kind of apprentice monster? Jack wondered. It was like one of those scenes where you confront the demons from your past. He never thought he'd see leaders from both wizard houses working together, let alone come to reconciliation with Claude Dorsey. It gave Jack chills. "So glad you could make it," Ellen muttered through gritted teeth as Jack took his place next to her. The wizards shuffled themselves, each trying to move to the back. None seemed eager to go up against Shadow Slayer. "Where were you?" Ellen demanded. "I got hung up at home. My mom wants to know where we're spending all our time and if you're going to college." "Oh, what did you tell her?" The wizards edged forward. Jack blasted flame through the tip of his blade, driving them back. "I said we were trying to find our way." Ellen nodded grudgingly. That was good. Actually, Jack thought as a group the wizards looked kind of sick and beaten down, but they seemed jazzed, too, like they'd just seen the cure coming over the hill. They kept looking toward the center of town, like filings lined up against a powerful magnet, though Claude Dorsey kept himself somewhat aloof. Jessamine Longbranch finally shouldered her way to the front. "Jackson, I'm glad you're here," she said, flinging back her mane of black hair. This warrior refuses to admit us into the sanctuary. Tell her to step aside before I do something irreversible. Losing your head, Ellen snapped back. That's irreversible. Waymaker sang in a broad arc, showering sparks over the wizard party. Longbranch jumped back, nearly falling. New rules, Dr. Longbranch, Jack said. The sanctuary's closed until further notice. By whose order? Wiley demanded. The wizard's voice had a dry, hissing quality, like air escaping from a tire, and his scarred face was twisted up in a scowl. The sanctuary board, Jack replied. Rubbish, Wiley said. Wizards are slaughtering each other all over the world. We haven't time to deal with the servant guilds. He made as if to brush past. Jack thrust the wizard back with a concussion of air, landing him flat on his back. Jack extended Shadow Slayer, pressing the point into Wiley's neck until blood trickled down. The other wizards stirred disapprovingly, muttering among themselves. Wiley stared at the blade, his eyes wide and kind of crossed. Next time I go deeper, Jack said, lifting Shadow Slayer away from Wiley and stepping back. He shivered. What was happening to him? He remembered a time when the notion of drawing blood seemed unthinkable. Longbranch glanced down at Wiley, as if she didn't mind seeing him butt down on the turf, then looked up at Jack. You've always been so delightfully physical, Jack. She said this like he was some kind of volatile barbarian curiosity. Now, we demand to speak with the wizard in charge about this new policy. A new voice said, That would be me. Heads turned. Seth Macaulay hadn't dressed the part. He wore a black t-shirt and jeans, but Jack had to admit he had a certain presence about him that made you take him seriously. More and more he reminded Jack of Hastings. It went beyond his looks. It was the aura of power he had, or maybe the intensity that seemed barely contained within his skin. You're in charge, Longbranch studied Seth with the narrowed eyes. Well, Seth shrugged modestly. Of security, anyway. So it is true. This place is actually being run by upstart adolescents. Seth half smiled. If it was a matter of age, they'd have picked the oldest person. Wiley struggled to his feet, brushing at his clothes, giving Jack a poisonous look that said he'd be sorry someday. But not today. Jack had received so many of those looks from wizards, he'd just have to put it on account. Nick Snowbeard was there, just like that. He'd always had the amazing ability to appear out of thin air. It wasn't that he moved quicker than light. It was like you just hadn't noticed him up until then. Jessamine. Geoffrey. Please, the old wizard said. Stop wasting our time and tell us what the devil you want. Longbranch looked toward the center of town, where the bell tower of St. Catherine's poked above the trees, then back at Nick. These young warriors are denying us entrance. Nick nodded. That's their job, per orders of the board and Seth as master of security. You can't do that, Wiley snarled. We have as much right to enter as anyone. What's up? Head swiveled again. Jason Haley walked out of the trees. So, Dorsey said softly, but loud enough for Jack to hear, you are here. The blond boy next to him tapped Dorsey on the arm and pointed at Jason, whispering something to the master of games. Well, well, Jason Haley, Wiley said, looking Jason over like you might an old girlfriend you maybe shouldn't have broken up with. I haven't seen you since second sister. Right, Jason said, when Seth and I saved your butts. He turned and stumbled back a step, pretending to spot Dorsey for the first time. Dorsey! And little Dorsey! So far from home! What gives? He smiled, crocodile-like. Dorsey inclined his head and said, Mr. Haley, eyes glittering, looking just as predatory. Jason looked from Longbranch and Wiley to Dorsey and back again. Whoa, this can't be right. You're with them? He pressed the back of his hand to his forehead, as if checking for fever. Hold on. Is this a dream? If you will not admit us, we will require a meeting, Longbranch said, trying her best to ignore Jason. Well, forgive and forget, right? Jason grinned. With whomever is in a position to negotiate, Longbranch continued doggedly. Hey, D'Orsay's. I'd watch my back if I was you, Jason went on. Lock my doors, change the password, hire a taster, all that. That's the great thing about wizards. You never know from day to day who's with you or what. All right, Jess, Nick said. He seemed to be fighting off a smile. We'll admit you for a meeting. He looked at Seth. What do you suggest? No more than 3 wizards, Seth said, looking over the players. No Cephas. Surely Devereaux can come along, D'Orsay said. He's just a boy after all, and I hate to leave him on his own. Seth hesitated, then nodded. All right. Jack, Ellen, maybe we should bring up a few more warriors to fortify the gate. Jason noticed that Longbranch and Wiley kept sneaking looks at him all the way to the pavilion. You could almost see the wheels turning, which was weird because most wizards had no difficulty smiling to your face while they reached around and stabbed you in the back. D'Orsay kept Devereaux close by his side, as if Jason might attack him, given the slightest opening. Jason smiled at the two of them in his most non-reassuring way. They arranged themselves around a redwood picnic table. So, Nick said, steepling his gnarled fingers on the tabletop. What's this all about? Longbranch brushed a redwood splinter from her palm. The wizard world is in chaos. Assassinations, robberies, pitched battles. Some of the hordes have been broken into and weapons stolen. It's every wizard for herself. The rule of law has been forgotten. Yet when we come to the sanctuary, we find it closed to us. Seth cleared his throat, the corners of his mouth twitching. Are you saying you're here as refugees? We're saying we all need to work together to restore order to the guilds, Wiley put in smoothly. The need to restore peace has already brought former enemies together, D'Orsay said virtuously, gesturing toward Wiley and Longbranch. We are hoping that you will agree to join with us also. Next thing you know, they'll break into a chorus of Kumbaya, Jason thought, drumming his fingers on the table. And then what happens? Jason asked. Wiley straightened his sleeves, playing for time. What do you mean? Who's in charge? I'm sure we can come to a satisfactory shared governance arrangement, Longbranch said, arching her dark brows. Did you have something specific in mind when you say we should work together? Nick asked. The 3 wizards looked at each other. Of course they did. D'Orsay spoke for the first time. We know that Haley broke into Raven's Gill and stole some important magical artifacts, Cephas, that have been in our family for generations. D'Orsay looked at Jason as if he might break down and confess. Artifacts that by rights belong to all of us, Wiley put in. We have reason to believe that they are here in the sanctuary. So what's the point? Nick asked, his legendary patience dwindling. What do you want? We want what was taken from the Gill, Longbranch said. We want the dragon heart. It was like she dropped a bomb in the middle of the table. Everyone sat frozen, studying each other. The dragon heart, Seth said slowly and deliberately. And that is... It's the weapon of the age, Wiley snapped. Incredibly powerful. Really? Jason leaned forward. Who told you that? We have the book that you dropped in the gill when you attacked my son, D'Orsay said, patting little Devereaux on the shoulder. It was more like he jumped me, Jason said. While you were trespassing, Devereaux half rose from his seat. You're a thief is what you are. Devereaux, now is not the time, D'Orsay murmured, pulling his son down into his chair. Devereaux jerked his arm free, scowling. D'Orsay pretended not to notice. The journal very clearly says that anyone who controls the Dragonheart will rule the guilds or destroy them. We'll use it to restore order, Longbranch said, and ensure a lasting peace. Restore order, Nick said thoughtfully. A tricky business, to be sure. Don't try to deny that it's here, Longbranch said, cheeks flushed as if she were overheated. We can feel its presence. Surely you realize that things can't go on as they have, and once things are stabilized, everyone at this table will have a role to play. Her gaze swept over them all. Yeah, Jason thought, I'll be playing the cadaver, one among many. If we had a weapon, Seth said, why would we share it with you? Wiley smiled. Powerful Cephas must be handled with delicacy and skill. Otherwise it is riskier to use them than to let them be. We are willing to take that risk for you. Generous, Nick murmured. Do you have any idea how to use the Dragonheart? Or will it be a stab in the dark? Not to worry, D'Orsay said with breezy confidence. The text provided detailed and explicit instructions. I don't remember seeing that, Jason said. He'd had just a quick look, but the Dragonheart hadn't even been mentioned until the last page, when the dragon was dead and her servant dying. You must have overlooked it, D'Orsay said, while Longbranch and Wiley eyed him suspiciously. So, Wiley said, I think you can see that it's in your best interest to cooperate. Otherwise, we can make life most uncomfortable. If we were to hand you an incredibly powerful weapon, Nick said, it seems to me you could go way beyond uncomfortable. Longbranch's eyes glittered with irritation. Let me be plain. Give us the Dragonheart, and you will rule the guilds alongside us. Refuse, and we will destroy this town and everything and everyone in it, down to the smallest child and family pet. So much for Kumbaya, Jason thought. Nick stood abruptly, a signal that the meeting was at an end. We let you come in and speak your piece. Now I'll speak mine. He paused, looking around the table. Be careful who you threaten, or you may find yourself on the receiving end of a power you cannot even imagine. What are you saying? Wiley blustered. You don't even... Seth unfolded to his full height, a deadly snake uncoiling. What we're saying is, if you attack the sanctuary, we will use the Dragonheart. It'll be the last mistake you'll ever make. Longbranch rose and signaled to Wiley. If it comes to war, nobody within the walls survives. She shot a venomous look at Will and Fitch, standing at the periphery. And that includes your family and your Anawir friends. Nick raised his hand impatiently to stop the flow of ultimatums. Jason, could you show our visitors to the gate? Jason nodded and stood. Be my pleasure. They walked back toward the gate, Jason and Longbranch side by side, and Wiley, D'Orsay, and Devereaux out ahead. Longbranch slowed her pace to put more distance between them. They were scarcely out of earshot of the others when Longbranch turned on Jason. You seem like a rather clever young man, she said, and yet you were sent to do the risky job at Raven's Gill, while Macaulay and Snowbeard and Hastings give the orders. Jason looked straight ahead. I, volunteered. Why? I have my reasons. She put her hand on his arm and he felt the bite of power. He swung around and they stood facing each other, shrouded in a circle of trees. The stone belongs to you by rights, Longbranch said. You brought it out of the gill. You should be the one who benefits from it. Jason said nothing. The stone was never far from his thoughts, and it was even more intoxicating now that it was within reach. Encouraged by his silence, Longbranch pressed on. What do you want? You could rise in the hierarchy, if that suits you. Or you could avoid politics and live like a king, with a retinue of enchanters, sorcerers, and Anawir to serve you. We can offer you unlimited access to whatever makes you happy. Whatever makes me happy? Yes, Longbranch whispered, leaning close. What is it you want? D'Orsay. Longbranch blinked at him, momentarily speechless. What? I want D'Orsay. That's why I volunteered to go to the Gill. Jason smiled crookedly. But then, you've been trying to get at him for months without success. I got closer than you ever did, and I got out alive. So I've got no reason to think you can deliver. Longbranch glanced at Wiley and D'Orsay, then looked back at Jason and smiled. This time, it was sincere. Don't worry about that. You get me the Dragonheart, and I can deliver D'Orsay. Chapter 24. Fool. Leisha knew the footprint of the apartment by heart. She'd paced it out 1,000 times, from the door that led to the outside and freedom, through the efficient kitchen, past the sitting area, and into the tiny bedroom beyond. Every room lined with bookcases, every bookcase full of books. She slept on a futon on the 3rd floor in the workroom with its racks of scrolls and bins of mysterious gunk and bottles of stinky potions. The work tables were piled with manuscripts, blueprints, unidentified magical objects, and odd machines. The old man had told her what was off limits, and after 2 weeks, she knew better than to touch any of it. She sucked her blistered fingers absently, picked up non-forbidden objects and set them down again. The high point of the day was when Jack's mother, Becca, came out of the house, got into her car, and drove away. She even missed Aunt Millie. Although living with her could be terrifying in its own way, her aunt had always given Leisha the gift of time and attention she'd had from no one else. Still, she knew in her heart that there were far worse things than being hidden away in Nick Snowbeard's thoroughly warded apartment over the garage. Barber was out there somewhere. At least, now with the wall up, he couldn't pass freely in and out of town. Hopefully, he thought, she was dead. Even here in the heart of the sanctuary, she found herself flinching at small noises and waking in the middle of the night in a cold sweat. Every time she thought of Jason, it made her sick to her stomach, which meant she felt nauseous nearly all the time. A memory came back to her. The sun glittering down through snowy pine trees, the tiny ruffled owl, Jason's brilliant blue eyes, and his eagerness to show her something new. It would be cool if we could just be together, he'd said, in a way that didn't try to claim anything more from her than her company. How could she have given him to Barber? Why couldn't there be do-overs in life? She wasn't used to guilt. She was used to being a player. She was used to having options, always planning her next move. She could look for other allies, Longbranch and Wiley, for instance. She could go back to D'Orsay. The Dragonheart could be her ticket into their good graces. She could feel its constant pull, night and day, a tether to her Weirstone. It was like the stone had woken up, and its burgeoning power pulsed throughout the sanctuary. Finding it wasn't the problem, even though it was no doubt heavily warded. Her problem was, she was immobilized, weighed down by loss. She didn't care to be a player anymore. As if her thoughts had called the devil, she heard a noise in the garage. Then, the slow, measured sound of feet on the stairs. A key rattled in the lock and the door flew back. It was Snowbeard. The old man stood in the doorway, parcels in his hand, his smile turning to puzzlement. "Are you well, Alicia?" She swallowed down her fear. "How do you think I am?" she whispered. Ah. He shuffled forward, dropping the keys into a dish by the door and setting a bakery bag and a tin of tea on the table. Were you not able to amuse yourself? Which made her feel like it was her fault she was bored. Amuse myself? How? Snowbeard put the kettle on, reached a plate down from the cupboard over the sink, and arranged some sinful-looking brownies on it. Did you try any of the books I left you? She shook her head, her eyes on the brownies. I couldn't concentrate. A shame. They are some of my favorites. I was hoping we could discuss them this evening. He gestured toward the table. Please. Sit. We'll have supper in a little while, but I believe we should eat dessert first. Would you like tea? Coffee? Soda? Somehow she said tea and moved to the table and sat. She bit into a brownie. She was glad she had a wizard's metabolism. The old man brought killer sweets home every day. When the kettle shrilled, he brought it to the table and poured, then sat down himself. Leisha blew on her tea and reached for another brownie. I can't stand it, she said. Not knowing what's going on, I mean. Well, let's see. We met with Wiley, Longbranch, and Dorsey today, Snowbeard said. Leisha choked on her tea, splattering it on the table. Snowbeard pretended not to notice. Leisha dabbed at the tablecloth with her napkin. All of them together? The old man nodded. It seems they've found common ground. They all hated Alicia Middleton, for one. What did they say? They requested permission to enter the sanctuary. Leisha gripped her teacup. And you said? We declined. Did they say why they wanted in? They want the dragon heart. What's that? Snowbeard shook his head, looking disappointed. Please. She bristled. I don't care what anyone says. I never... Her voice trailed off as the old man's eyes nailed her to the chair. She swallowed hard. So now what? He shrugged and rested his wrinkled hands on the table. They've threatened to destroy us all. What did you say? Leisha asked, fascinated in spite of herself. Basically, we told them to come and try. Snowbeard grinned, and actually looked kind of boyish. Wow, you're, confident. Snowbeard rubbed the side of his nose. We have weapons they've never dreamed of. What are you going to do about me? Leisha watched the old man, hoping he'd give away his intentions. They would kill her. She knew they would. She had no idea why she was alive, even now, unless they were waiting for Hastings. She'd helped with the wall, but that wouldn't matter when you weighed things out. She'd kidnapped Will and Fitch, betrayed Jason, and failed to deliver Barber. Of course, they didn't exactly know about Jason. The existence of the Dragonheart and its presence in the sanctuary is common knowledge, it seems. Therefore, you have no information that can harm us. So, you have a choice, my dear. You can leave the sanctuary and go where you will. You'd let me go? Leisha burst out. Snowbeard smiled blandly. With the stipulation that you never return. Leisha turned this over like she might a precious stone, looking for flaws. My enemies will murder me, she said. Barber and Dr. Longbranch. I think you may find that they are otherwise occupied. In the short term, at least. It might be a good time to disappear. Leisha nodded. Okay. You said I had a choice. What's my other option? You can stay here, as you have been. She indicated the tiny apartment with a sweep of her arm. I'll die of boredom if I stay here any longer. Die of guilt, more like. She needed something to do, something to distract her from thinking about Jason. Snowbeard's mouth twitched. Don't worry. If you stay, we will find something for you to do. Why would you let me stay? Leisha was genuinely curious. Well, Snowbeard said, given your history, there's something to be said for having you where we can see you, and wizards especially are in short supply. He paused. Before you make your decision, there's something you should know. Jason came back 2 nights ago. For a moment, Leisha thought she was going to faint for real. She'd fake fainted dozens of times. All the blood left her head and traveled wherever blood goes when you've had a shock. If she hadn't been sitting down, she would have collapsed. Jason's back? He's alive? He's okay? She practically screamed it. Well, yes, to all 3. I can't believe it. Impulsively, Leisha hugged the old man, not the kind of thing she normally did, then drew back and eyed him suspiciously. You wouldn't lie to me, would you? No, I wouldn't. Snowbeard studied her shrewdly, though Jason did have a rather nasty encounter with Warren Barber. There was a long pause. He knows, Leisha thought. The geezer knows. But she was too happy to care. Well, did Jason say anything about me? I think you two will need to talk between yourselves, Snowbeard said. Even that prospect failed to dampen her spirits. In the end, it might do her little good that Jason was still alive, yet it totally cheered her. In the back of her mind, a voice crowed, Do-over. Maybe. Should you decide to stay, I should point out that you can't change your mind later, Snowbeard said. Once they lay siege to the city, it will be difficult to get out. It was ludicrous, the notion that they'd soon be under siege. She felt the gathering presence of hundreds of wizards, like a noose tightening around the town. Yet she was strangely reluctant to leave, like those idiots who elect to ride out the hurricane in a trailer park. There was a power in this town, like some great thrumming heart that drew you into its rhythm until you matched it beat for beat. To turn away from it was like walking away from the hearth and out into a winter's cold. It was the dragon heart. It must be. But maybe there was more to it than that. And if she stayed, maybe she could find a way to win Jason back. What are you going to do about the Anawir? She found herself asking. God knows, Snowbeard said, rolling his eyes. Do you have any suggestions? Well, she thought, at least the Anawir were malleable. Perhaps they could all be sent to Cedar Point for a few weeks on holiday, or loaded onto boats and ferried across the lake. Good thing the college wasn't... She looked up abruptly. What are you doing to me? She demanded. Doing to you? What do you mean? She and Snowbeard both reached for the last brownie and their hands collided. The old man broke it in 2 and gave her half. You're spelling me or something. Using persuasion. You've got me worrying about the fricking Anawir when I should be thinking about saving my own skin. My dear, I assure you, if you are worrying about the Anawir, you are doing it on your own. He rose and carried the plate to the sink, then turned and leaned back against the drain board. I am a very old man, Alicia, and have made many mistakes over a very long life, some of them unforgivable. I have to believe that people can change, that people deserve a second chance. I could really stay here? Leisha asked humbly. So I said. Would you like to? There was all knowledge, yet no hint of judgment in the old man's face. I would like to, she said simply, and said to herself, Fool. Chapter 25. Sightings. Warren Barber was hungry for news, stuck on the periphery, and running out of options. After lying low for a while, he'd returned to Trinity, hoping he could get word on the outcome of the fire at the waterfront tavern. To his surprise, The town was surrounded by a 40-foot weir wall, much more elaborate than anything he'd ever built. And who was guarding the gate? Jack Swift and Ellen Stevenson, who'd somehow escaped the trap he'd put them in. Leisha was certainly dead. No one but him could have taken off that collar. But Leisha dead was not necessarily a good thing, because there was no way he'd get past the guards at the gate on his own. He felt like a kid locked out of the circus, convinced it was all happening inside. He wandered back to the perimeter again and again. Ripples of power emanated from the town, like someone had thrown a rock into the center of a magical pool. The whole town was juiced, and he just wanted to soak in it. Well, he never claimed to be a poet. Warren wasn't the only one killing time on the wrong side of the wall. There was a virtual encampment of wizards in the countryside and lake resorts surrounding the town. He'd had to duck out of sight when he spotted his erstwhile ally Claude Dorsey with Geoffrey Wiley of the Red Rose. They were inspecting the wall, testing it with cautious bits of magic, looking for weaknesses, no doubt. What was up with that? Since when were they all chummy? Dorsey was supposed to be working with him, against the Roses. Of course, there'd been no communication between them except through Leisha, and Dorsey wasn't supposed to know who her partner was. Like Leisha hadn't betrayed him immediately. Warren was beginning to feel irrelevant. It had been weeks since anyone had even tried to kill him. As long as someone was trying to kill you, you knew you were important. He had the covenant, but it was seeming more and more like a worthless piece of paper since he didn't have the means to consecrate it. It hadn't drawn anyone useful to him. It was a class thing. Warren might be a wizard, ruler over the Anawir and the servant guilds, but the aristocrats who lorded over the houses would never give him a seat at the table. After a few days, he grew tired of basking in reflected rays. What he needed was a new partner. Or, preferably, a servant. He could have his pick of the Anawir, but he wanted someone who could contribute more. Someone like Madison Moss. As far as he knew, Madison had left Trinity. He'd found no clues as to where she'd gone when he searched her room. But if she wasn't in Trinity, she was somewhere. It was pathetically easy. He grabbed a car from a nearby parking lot and drove into Cleveland, found a public library branch, and got online. His search on Madison Moss turned up a number of hits from art shows in Colton County, Ohio. Colton County. He'd followed Jason Haley south to Colton County. Warren had never been able to find out why he was down there. Now, he knew. And now that he had a name and a place, it shouldn't be hard to find her. Bryce Roper was beginning to think that being a wizard was overrated. Yes, he could have almost any girl, get almost anything, burn up almost anything he wanted. But it had been that way all his life. He was rich, he was spoiled, and ever since he could remember, he'd focused on what he didn't have. And what he didn't have was the ability to get what he wanted from Madison Moss. That was linked to a lot of other things, like impressing his father, which was important because he couldn't recall that ever happening. Those were his goals, impressing his old man, and then getting out of Colton County for good. It gnawed at him, even though he knew he should just leave and forget about Roper Cole and his father and being humiliated on Booker Mountain. It was on his mind when he woke up, and it was on his mind when he went to bed, and it contaminated his dreams. He brooded on it in class and snapped at those brave enough to sit down at his lunch table. All the charms of being king to a court of high school seniors were wearing thin. It didn't help that his father became more and more of a pain as he traveled further down the road to financial ruin. Bryson Roper Sr. had formally approached Madison Moss about selling Booker Mountain, and she'd formally refused. The only good thing was Bryson Sr. was out of town a lot, trying to line up financing, cut some deals, find a partner, something. Carlene was no help. She claimed she'd talked to Madison until she was blue in the face, and it made no difference. Bryce still couldn't figure out where Madison fit into the magical scheme of things. He'd asked around, and nobody had heard of a witch guild. Nobody but wizards ever displayed that kind of power. What he wouldn't admit was that his insides turned to water at the thought of confronting her again. So he spent his days sleepwalking through classes, avoiding his father and dreaming of revenge. One Saturday, he'd just finished a long ride and handed his horse off to Mike. He was walking up to the house to take a much-needed shower when someone rattled up the driveway in a Jeep and pulled up in front of the barn. They didn't get many unannounced visitors, so Bryce waited, leaning against the split-rail fence that enclosed the paddock. It was a boy, a stranger of medium height, maybe a little older than Bryce, with shaggy white blonde hair and pale blue eyes that were somehow startling. He walked with a smooth gait, flowing across the ground like a predator. Bryce felt both intense interest and prickling unease. He glanced back to see whether Mike was still in sight, but he had led Annie into the barn. "Can I help you?" Bryce asked, aiming for a nonchalance he didn't feel. "Maybe," the boy said, smiling. "I guess I'm lost. I'm looking for Madison Moss." His voice was soft, but, like his gait, it got your attention. "I heard she lived up this road. Is this the place?" "No," Bryce wanted to say. "It's not. Now get the hell out of here." But he didn't. This guy was looking for Madison. Could he be a witch too? Was that why he was so intimidating? "You are lost," Bryce said, forcing a smile. "What do you want with Madison?" "We met last summer, and I've been looking for her ever since," the stranger said. "I wanted to surprise her." It was an odd thing to say, kind of stalkerish, but Bryce had the sense this guy didn't care what Bryce made of it, like what he thought didn't matter. "Maybe she's mentioned you," Bryce said again, looking over his shoulder for Mike, who had not reappeared. "What's your name?" "That's not important," the pale-haired boy said. "How do I get to her house?" "Well," Bryce said, aiming for dismissive, "I don't want to send you up there if I don't know who you are." The stranger struck quick as a snake, shoving Bryce back against the fence. He gripped Bryce by the shoulders and sent a flood of persuasion into him. Bryce's reflexive magical defense was feeble by comparison, but it got the other boy's attention. "You're a wizard," he said, letting go of Bryce. He sounded surprised and looked a little wary, but not particularly impressed. You too?" Bryce stammered. The wizard kept his hands raised to waist level, as if ready to defend himself. "Well, well," the boy said. "Who knew?" He studied Bryce, then looked around as if other more powerful wizards might come out of the woodwork. "What house are you with?" Bryce said, feeling an unaccustomed social inferiority. "I'm, unaffiliated at present." "What do you know?" "Me too," the other boy said. "What's your name?" "Bryce Roper." "You a friend of Madison's or what?" "Not really," Bryce said, assuming that was the safest answer. The other wizard still hadn't supplied his own name. It was more like an interrogation than a conversation. "I know her is all. I went to school with her." "You're not going out then or anything?" The boy's tone was faintly mocking. "Not hardly." Bryce couldn't keep the bitterness out of his voice. The boy smiled. "Then you won't mind if I pay her a visit, will you?" Bryce felt flattered. It was a kind of wizard-to-wizard thing, like the boy was seeking his permission to come into his territory. "Well, I guess I'd like to know what you want with her." Not that Bryce was worried about Madison, but by now his curiosity was aroused. "Don't worry," the boy said. "I don't mean her any harm." He smiled, eyes glittering. "Not if she cooperates." Bryce stared at the other wizard. Hope crowded out surprise. Maybe he'd found the solution to his problem. A way to get back at Madison. But then he thought of the episode on Booker Mountain. Did this arrogant wizard know what she could do? "Well," Bryce said, "she's, Not been that cooperative in the past, he said. I'd be careful if I were you. Really? The boy said, appraising him with sudden intensity. Tell me more. Why don't we go on up to the house, Bryce suggested, and I'll tell you all about her. He turned toward the house, then paused, recovering a little confidence. What did you say your name was? Annoyance flashed across the boy's face, and Bryce thought he'd made a mistake. Then the wizard smiled and extended his hand. Actually, I didn't. I'm Warren Barber. Chapter 26. No Man's Land. Jason spoke the unnoticeable charm and slipped through the weir gate, hearing the whisper of magical locks as one of the ghost warriors, Mick, pulled it shut behind him. It was after midnight, but the moon had not risen. Beyond the wall the dark pressed down, and a steady rain swallowed the light. But Jason walked this path nearly every night in his role as spy. He'd had plenty of practice, slipping around unnoticed back at the Havens. Now he slid between the trees like a vapor. He was well suited to the role of spy, since it required little in the way of magical power. Still, the perimeter was difficult to navigate these days. You could hardly move without tripping over wizards. Everywhere he looked, wizard fire sparkled in the darkness, like stars fallen to earth. Wizard voices in multiple languages collided under the canopy of trees. They'd come from all over, more and more every day. The Red Rose, the White Rose, traders, the unaffiliated, drawn to Trinity by the thrum of power within its walls. Wizards fricking camping, roughing it in the forest, like a wizard Woodstock. It was almost funny, but not quite. And all the while, the Anawir came and went, oblivious to the gathering horde, unaware of the growing tension on either side of Mercedes's wall. Dodging around several warded campsites, Jason crossed a rocky stream bed and climbed the ridge beyond. From there, he could monitor the comings and goings from the wizard camps and take a rough count of the weir on the perimeter. But this time, as he crested the rise, he saw that the view had changed dramatically. The landscape was obscured by an ominous shadow that extended as far as he could see in both directions. It took him a moment to fathom what it was, and when he did, he swore and pounded his fist into his open palm. The Roses were building their own wall, a few hundred yards from Mercedes's fortification. It was tall and slick and menacing, iced with razor wire, lacking the grace and style of Mercedes's barrier. A poisonous green light reflected back from it like an oil slick on black water. It was a nightmarish kind of wall, the kind the witch builds to keep the prince out, or in, the kind that surrounds the Dark Lord's castle. It was a wall that would trap both Weir and Anawir, and from the looks of things, it was nearly finished. They must have used glamours to hide their progress. Even if they'd waited to begin construction until after dark, they would have had more hands to share in the work than Mercedes and her crews, not to mention unlimited magical firepower. It was a testament to the forces arrayed against them. Jason descended the ridge on the far side, slipping and sliding on the loose shale. He knew who to credit for this latest play. Wiley and Longbranch and D'Orsay's elaborate, heavily warded pavilions now stood just outside the half-built wall. There, they hatched schemes and fought with each other, from what Jason had gleaned over the previous days. As he approached the pavilions, Jason moved with exquisite caution, alert for traps and alarms. He'd be way better off dead than to be caught out here on his own. Ahead, he could see the glowing silk walls of the tents, enchanted to turn the rain. Above the peaks flew the banners of the Red and White Rose, and a black raven on white. That was D'Orsay's new signia. Geoffrey Wiley stood outside the tents, issuing orders to a huge crowd of eager young wizards clad in damp camouflage. Among them was Bruce Hayes, an alumnus of the Havens, holding Gregory Lester's glass and metal wizard staff and looking damn proud of it. With Wiley were Jessamine Longbranch, dressed in couture camouflage, and Claude d'Orsay. D'Orsay's patrician features were clearly revealed in the light that leaked from the pavilion. The tall wizard stood in the midst of his enemies, seeming at ease, expending bits of power to keep the rain off him. He wore rings on both hands, powerful seifas, if Jason was any judge. So d'Orsay had come well armed to this meeting. Devereaux stood next to his father, eyes wide, taking it all in. "We'll begin immediately," Wiley said. "The Anawir are, unaware of the rebels' Weir Wall, since they can pass freely through it. However, anyone leaving the sanctuary will be trapped inside our wall. You will capture them, Weir and Anawir, and bring them to the retention area for processing and identification. As word gets out, panicked townspeople will no doubt come flooding through the inner wall. We'll have hundreds of hostages, some of them with strong ties to the rebels." "What are we going to do with them?" Hayes asked. "When we go to breach the inner wall, we'll pack the area between with immobilized hostages. That way the rebels won't be able to use their arsenal against us." This was, apparently, Wiley's plan, because Longbranch rolled her eyes. "Do you really think wizards will negotiate for Anawir hostages?" Wiley shrugged. "Who knows? They've seemed unaccountably attached to them in the past." "Strange." Longbranch turned back to the soldiers. "You must immobilize the prisoners as quickly as possible, so there's no outcry, particularly the Weir." She distributed leather pouches to the soldiers. "This is Yermund Bana, Mindslayer. It will knock them out without being detectable by those inside the walls. Just be careful with it, or you'll end up flat on your back yourselves." Jason stood frozen. Panic constricted his throat, making it difficult to breathe. "Crap," he thought. "It's beginning. It's really happening. When you're scared, why is it that your mouth goes dry while your hands get sweaty?" "If there's any question," Longbranch went on, "use an immobilization charm. Try not to muck things up. Now go." The wizard soldiers dispersed, leaving the 3 wizards and the boy alone. "It would help if we knew more about the weapons you've supplied us, Claude," Longbranch said. D'Orsay seemed distracted, gazing wistfully past Longbranch and Wiley to the sanctuary walls. "Forget it," Jason thought. "You'll never get your hands on the Dragonheart." D'Orsay wrenched himself away from the study of the sanctuary, turning to Longbranch. "You know as much as I do, Jessamine. We'll have to take a bit of a chance." "It appears to me that we're taking the chance, since it's our wizards who'll be involved in the attack." "I'd be more than happy to contribute," D'Orsay replied, "but I'm afraid I'm a bit short on armies at the moment. I had to leave my guard behind to secure the guild." "I can fight, Father," Devereaux said eagerly. "I'm only one person, but—" "No, Dev," D'Orsay said, scowling. "Not this time." He turned to the roses. "How do you propose to find the Dragonheart once we're inside?" Longbranch and Wiley glanced at each other, then looked toward the sanctuary. "Do you really think it will be hard to find?" Wiley said. Jason studied the odds, considered and discarded several options. He might hear more if he stayed, but wizards already lay waiting for anyone who passed beyond the barrier. There was no time to lose. He backed away from the wizard pavilions, placing his feet carefully so as not to betray himself, though he felt like his heart was pounding loud enough to be heard on its own. As soon as he was away, Jason turned and ran back the way he'd come. As he neared the inner wall, his pace slowed. The moon had risen, and shafts of light penetrated the canopy of trees and bathed the trail in silvery light. The way seemed clear ahead. Jason left the path and cut through the trees, approaching the gate from the east. He scanned the smudged border of forest across the clearing and saw movement in the shadows there. Then, startlingly close at hand, someone slapped a mosquito. It was all Jason could do not to flail backward into the underbrush. The trap was already laid for the residents of Trinity. Jason was determined not to fall into it. Unnoticeable or not, Mick would still need to open the gate to let him in. Half holding his breath, Jason crossed the open meadow toward the gate. The back of his neck prickled. At any moment he expected to be slammed with an immobilization charm. When he reached the wall, he pressed his palm against the gate. "Mick," he muttered, "open up." There was no response. "Mick," Jason repeated, a little louder. "It's Jace. Let me in. Get a move on." He glanced over his shoulder and saw 3 wizards step out of the trees, peering toward the gate. Jason recognized Bruce Hayes packing his fancy staff. Jason pounded on the gate with the heel of his hand. "Come on, Mick, open the frickin' gate!" Finally, he heard movement within, the unfortunately loud rumble of Mick's voice spewing Irish profanity from another age. "Can't a man take a bloody leak in the middle of the bloody night without you getting your bollocks in a bloody—" Jason looked back at the wizards. Hayes raised his staff and pointed it directly at Jason. "Attawan," Hayes shouted. Mist spewed from the tip of the staff and enveloped Jason in a cloud of vapor. Unable to respond in his unnoticeable state, Jason held his breath to avoid breathing in the fumes, crouched to make a small target, and struggled to remember his sparse Anglo-Saxon. Attawan. That would mean... reveal? "It's Haley!" Shouts reverberated across the clearing. Jason looked down at himself. The formerly unnoticeable Jason was indeed revealed. It was like being stripped naked in the middle of Main Street during a block party thrown by your worst enemies. "Get him!" Hayes shouted. "Grab him! Take him alive!" They charged toward him, baying like hounds on a scent. More wizards poured out of the woods. "Mick!" Jason threw up a pathetic shield, braced his feet against the wall, gripped the edge of the gate, and yanked. "Open up now, or you might as well forget it!" He was surrounded by wizards, a kaleidoscope of excited faces, many flinging Mindslayer at him. Lame as it was, his shield repelled the powder. A wizard staggered and went down, a victim of friendly fire. The gate was moving now, excruciatingly slowly, with Mick's litany of oaths continuing on the other side, though now with a certain sense of urgency. Jason heard running feet inside the double-gated Barbican, a thud of bodies against the gate, and it slammed open, spilling Jason and a handful of warriors into the no-man's land between the barriers. Jason scrambled to his feet as Mick bolted past him, gleefully swinging his axe, bellowing a Gaelic battle cry. Jack and Ellen and Jeremiah followed, weapons blazing, driving the wizards back toward the outer wall. Wizard fire spewed into the air, setting the treetops ablaze. How long before the fireworks and sounds of battle drew Annaware past the inner barrier and into the hands of the Roses? Weaponless, Jason sprinted after the warriors as 2 wizards closed in on them from behind. Jason tackled one of the wizards and disabled him by wizard's grip, thrusting his fingers under his chin and applying power directly to that vulnerable place. Ellen leveled the other one with the flat of her blade. "What's going on?" Jack demanded, smashing back a bolt from Hayes' fancy staff. "It looks like all hell's broken loose." "Big trouble," Jason gasped. "There's an army waiting out there. They've put up their own wall. They're planning to trap people and take hostages. We've got to go back." Reluctantly, the warriors left off chasing wizards and retreated, spraying flame in their wake to discourage pursuit. Once inside the gate, Jason helped slam the locks into place while the walls shuddered under the wizard's assault. "Where's Seth?" Jason gasped. "We can't wait any longer. We've got to do something about the Annaware. Right now." Chapter 27. A Deal with the Devil. The radio in Min's old pickup only got 3 stations. You could listen to whatever you wanted, as long as it was country and western or classic rock and roll. Madison turned up the volume and sang along, making up the words she didn't know. She rolled down the windows and her hair whipped around her shoulders. Now spring peepers and the low growl of thunder competed with the radio. The taste of the air said it would rain before morning. As the hills crowded in on both sides, even the most powerful stations began to break up. So she switched off the radio and practiced her lines. "I'm Madison Moss. I go to the Art Institute of Chicago." And then her stomach did that little flip again, half fear, half joy. Sarah had found the money through a scholarship program for disadvantaged students. Who would have thought that living on nothing but dreams all her life would pay off? But Sarah said it wasn't just based on need. "The scholarship committee loved your work, Maddie," Sarah said. "They said you had a unique perspective that appeals to those who like both primitive and high-concept art. They can't wait to meet you." That part made her nervous. What if they saw her wild mane of hair and thrift shop clothes and heard the way she talked and decided they'd made a mistake? What if they treated her like some kind of awkward, backwoodsy charity case? Never mind. The work was what was important. She'd find a way to survive the committee and attend the Chicago Art Institute in the fall on scholarship. Her portfolio rode alongside her in the passenger seat. Sarah had been a bit bewildered by some of the more exotic images, but she thought they would play well in Chicago. Chicago. Madison had never been there. There would be libraries and museums and theaters. She could sit in cafes and talk about books and art and music, things nobody ever talked about in Cole Grove. Every day she'd see thousands of people who knew nothing about her, who hadn't already made up their minds about Madison Moss. She could hardly wait. She was scared to death. One dream could lead to another. Maybe she could still convince Seth to attend Northwestern. If it was too late for fall, he could come as a transfer student in the spring. It could work. He was at home anywhere. Plus, he was comfortable in cities. He had a way of organizing the world around him so it fit him like a skin. Knowing that she had one friend would make all the difference. Knowing it was Seth. She was ambushed by the image of his face, his gray-green eyes, like smoke layered on still water, hiding secrets. His rangy frame filling a doorway. His smile, so worldly wise, yet not full of himself. The way he switched into French when English just wouldn't do. His kisses. She had to stomp on the brake and wrench the wheel around to make the turn-off to Booker Mountain. "You're hopeless, just like Carlene. Seth will never come to Chicago, not on your account, not while the fate of the world hangs in the balance. And who knew what would happen if he did?" She let go of the wheel and examined her hands. Since the day she'd touched the Dragonheart, there had been no sign of the hex magic she'd absorbed at Second Sister. Was it really and truly gone? Or was it just that she'd been away from Seth? Falling in love was like falling off a cliff. It felt pretty much like flying until you hit the ground. The road plunged back into dense forest and rippled through several hairpin turns, crossing Booker Creek on the stone bridges her great-grandfather had built. The first big splats of rain hit the roof of the pickup as she pulled into the yard. It was pitch dark by now, and Carlene hadn't even turned on the porch light. Madison pushed open the driver's door and slid to the ground. She grabbed a bag of groceries from the seat, slung her backpack over her shoulder, and shoved her portfolio under her arm, meaning to make one trip to the house before the deluge. By the time she made it up the steps, it was pouring. She hesitated under the imperfect shelter of the porch roof, thinking Hamlet and Ophelia might come to greet her. But no enthusiastic wet dogs came splashing onto the porch. No Grace or John Robert, either. Guess they know enough to stay in out of the rain. As soon as she shouldered open the front door, she could hear the television going in the front room. She set her portfolio and backpack down next to the door. "Mama," she said, "Grace, J.R., I have the best news. Just wait till you hear." "Hi, honey," Carlene said from the other room. "I'm watching my shows." Madison put the eggs, milk, juice, lunch meat, and cheese into the refrigerator to join a jar of Miracle Whip, moldy bacon, 4 bottles of beer, and a pitcher of Kool-Aid. She threw out the bacon. It was dark in the living room, too. Carlene was slumped in a corner of the couch, her face illuminated by the changing images on the television screen. Madison switched on the table lamp. You sitting here in the dark, Mama? Carleen blinked up at her. I guess so. She looked kind of sleepy and out of it. Where are the kids? Carleen shrugged and looked around, as if she hadn't missed them. Oh, right. They went to the Ropers. To the Ropers? Dreams of Chicago evaporated. Madison stared at Carleen. What for? I guess they went riding. Madison looked out through the streaming windows. Well, they're not riding now. It's pouring down rain. When did they go? This morning. A crease appeared between Carleen's penciled brows. I think. Madison was tempted to grab her mother's shoulders and shake her, but something stopped her. Carleen seemed almost spelled. Mama? She sat down next to Carleen and took her hands. How did they happen to go riding at the Ropers? Bryce Roper come by, with another boy. Never saw him before. Her mind seemed to drift. What did the other boy look like? He had long hair, paler than John Roberts. Min's words came back to her from long ago. I see 4 pretty men coming. 2 will claim your heart in different ways. 2 are deceivers. 2 will come to your door, 1 dark, 1 fair. All of these men have magic, but they have no power that you don't give away. Madison stood, put her shoulders back, and took a deep breath. Crossing to the hearth, she dug her father's gun out of the wood box and stuffed it into her backpack. Snatching up her keys, she returned to the living room. You stay here, Mama, she said, though Carleen wasn't making any move to go anywhere. Carleen nodded absently, already lost in the flickering screen. Maddie's truck with its nearly bald tires slipped and slid on the rain-slick road. It seemed to take forever to get to the turnoff. She swung into the Roper's drive between the fancy brick pillars, and the house and barn came into sight through the smeared windshield. Bryce's fancy sports car was parked in the middle of the drive in front of the house. She pulled next to Bryce's car, banged open the truck door, and jumped to the ground. Turning, she thrust her hand into the backpack and closed it on Jordan Moss's pistol. She climbed the broad steps onto the porch and would have pounded on the massive walnut door, but it swung open under her fist. The house yawned, empty before her, seeming to echo with her footsteps. She walked across shining hardwood, through the foyer and into the hall, looking into richly furnished rooms on either side. At the back of the house, a fire blazed on the hearth in the 2-story family room, providing the only light. To the right, a doorway led into what must be the dining room. A body lay in the doorway, booted feet sticking out into the kitchen. The boots were familiar, expensive black leather. Stifling a scream, Madison stumbled toward Bryce Roper's body. I wouldn't get too close, a voice said behind her. It's kind of messy. Not my best work. She swung around. Her keys clattered as they hit the stone tile floor. He stood between her and the hall like a candle in the dark, glittery bright with power, steaming as he drove the rain from his clothing. He was dressed all in black, but his hair was so pale as to seem translucent. It was Warren Barber. He smiled. You're not easy to find. Though her heart was pounding, she managed to speak in a clear, steady voice. Where are they? What? No tears for poor Bryce? I want to know what you've done with my brother and sister. You know, Madison, you really had him going. What did you tell him? That you were a witch? Madison said nothing. But you're not a witch, are you? You're something else entirely. He paused, inviting her to speak, but she still said nothing. Anyway, he was sure convinced. Poor Bryce was so happy to have a little more firepower on his side. He hated your guts, you know. You should thank me. Thoughts stumbled through her mind. How had he found her? How much did he know? Could she make him try and spell her? What do you want? she asked. I need your help, Madison. He seemed to like saying her name, as if he owned it. I need you to do something for me. You're out of your mind, Barbara laughed. We'll see. I think you're going to do whatever I ask. Maybe he knew less than she thought. He seemed almost too confident. Maybe if she charged him, he'd send power into her. His pale eyes glittered with malice. I haven't forgotten what you did on Second Sister. He took a step toward her. Big mistake. No one comes after me with a knife. I should teach you a lesson. He raised his hands, raising Madison's hopes, then dropped them again, smiling. But I'm willing to forgive and forget. He knows. He's just toying with me. She pulled the gun free, gripped it with both hands like her father had taught her, and pointed it at Warren Barber. Warren Barber stopped smiling when he saw the gun. I said, tell me where my brother and sister are. Barber went very still for a long moment, then said, I'm losing patience, Madison. Now put that down before someone gets hurt. He took a step toward her. I'm warning you, Madison said. I'm a dead-eye shot, which was true. Her daddy had taught her to shoot. Only she was a failure as a hunter because she'd never been able to shoot anything living. Barber might be the first. Barber's eyes, with their pale centers and fringe of white lashes, were cold and unblinking as any snake's. All right. You're all business, huh? I have something to show you. He patted his jacket pocket. May I? Grudgingly, Madison nodded. He thrust his fingers into his pocket, came up with something glittering. He extended it toward Madison. She gestured with the gun. Toss it on the table, she said. Barber tossed, underhand. Two objects clunked onto the battered formica. Madison put the table between her and the wizard and looked down. It was like somebody had reached into her chest, grabbed hold of her heart, and squeezed. One of the objects was a beat-up Swiss Army knife with the initials J.R. carved crudely into the cover. The other was a gold locket engraved with roses on a lightweight gold chain. The knife had belonged to their father. John Robert carried it with him everywhere and slept with it under his pillow. Min had left the locket to Grace. Madison had fastened the clasp 1,000 times when Grace couldn't manage, had carefully removed it and set it on the dresser when Grace fell asleep with a book. She wore it every day of her life. Madison looked up at Barber. It took a couple of tries to get her voice going. Where are they? This time, she couldn't keep the quaver out of her voice. No one will ever find them if you shoot me. She braced herself, aimed lower. I don't need to shoot you in the head, she said. And if I bleed to death? He raised an eyebrow. Come on, Madison. You're not a killer. Besides, I can probably block the shot. Put down the gun and we'll talk. If you've hurt them, You're the only one who can prevent that. Cooperate, and I'll let them go. If not, he shrugged, that'd be a shame. How do I know they're still alive? Barbara waved away her question impatiently. They're my leverage. It'd be stupid to kill them, unless you disappoint me. When our business is done, I'll let them go. See? Nobody gets hurt. Now put down the gun before I lose patience. Grace and John Robert. Defiant, strong-willed Grace and innocent John Robert in the hands of this monster. What did he want from her that he'd gone after them? Carefully, she set the gun on the table, took a step back, and stood, arms at her side, staring daggers at Warren Barber. Good, Barber said. He nodded toward the kitchen table. Please, sit down. Madison walked woodenly to the table and sat. She tried to look everywhere but at Bryce's body and the blood splattered over the floor. Barbara was right. She wasn't a killer. Barbara crossed to the refrigerator and rummaged inside. You hungry? No. Madison's stomach lurched, threatening to reject what little it had inside it. Barbara pulled out 2 bottles of pop and a plate of cold pizza and carried them back to the table. Conflict always makes me hungry. Know what I mean? He set a bottle of pop in front of her. Do JR and Grace have anything to eat? She whispered. You worry too much. Doesn't do any good, and takes years off your life. He sat down across from her, rolling the other bottle between his wizard hands. Spiderweb tattoos crawled over his forearms. She pushed the pop back toward him. I don't drink it, he said. She looked into his iced-over eyes, grabbed up the bottle, took a long swig, and somehow forced it down her throat. That's better, he said, smiling. Get used to doing what I say, and we'll get along. Now, here's what you need to do. You go get the dragon heart. Then we'll do a trade. The dragon heart for Grace and JR. Fair enough? What do you want with that? She asked, seeing no use in denying she'd heard of it. What are you planning to do? You just focus on getting hold of it, Warren said, taking a bite of pizza. Let me worry about the rest. Thoughts and images tumbled through her mind like rocks down a slope, crashing into each other. The dragon heart still pulsed within her like a second heart. If it was as powerful as they said, could she put that kind of power in the hands of someone like Barbara? Seth and Jason and Jack and Ellen and Nick all were fighting against impossible odds for something they believed in. It was bad enough that she hadn't helped them. Now, Warren Barber wanted her to march into the middle of the sanctuary and betray the people who meant the most to her. Except Grace and JR were in this mess because of her. Seth had warned her she couldn't escape by running away, and she hadn't listened. And if Barbara found out that Grace was an illiciter too? All my life I've been paying for Carlene's mistakes, she thought. Grace and JR aren't going to pay for mine. It might not be easy, she said. It might take a little time. Barbara crammed the last of the pizza into his mouth and wiped his fingers on the tablecloth. Just remember, the longer it takes, the longer Grace and JR stay locked up. Chapter 28. To the Salt Mines. One thing Jack had always appreciated about his mother, Becca, was her ability to make things happen, even when awakened from a sound sleep in the middle of the night. Looking back on it, he couldn't even remember what he'd said to her. Or maybe it was his appearance, all muddy and bloody from the fight outside the perimeter. Anyway, it was enough to roust her from bed and send her to the phone. When she found it dead, she sent out runners, and the result was this meeting around the kitchen table at Stone Cottage a scant hour later. The wind raked over the house, and hail clattered against the windows. Thunder growled out over the lake. It seemed like it was always storming these days. It was a disparate group. Ellen prowled the room, flushed and restless, still pumped from the unfinished business outside the perimeter. Sweat glistened on her sinewed arms, and she mopped at her face with her shirt, despite the chilly breeze coming through the terrace doors. Her gray eyes were as turbulent as the surface of the lake. Jack understood. The blood still pounded through his veins, his rebellious body in endless preparation for battle. Nicodemus Snowbeard looked like he'd aged several hundred years, yet his black eyes still shone with the same old intensity. Nick had insisted that Leisha Middleton be included, though most everyone else would have voted against it, but the old man was a majority of one. For once, Leisha had little to say. She sat on the edge of the hearth, arms clasped around her knees. She kept looking over at Jason, as if trying to catch his eye, and Jason was looking everywhere but at her. Jason was his usual twitchy self, shifting his weight, checking the time on his cell phone. Nothing ever moved fast enough for him. Seth, brooding and dangerous, practically smoked with power. Mercedes Foster resembled a manga construction worker in her coveralls, kasuri robe, and Japanese slippers. Iris Ballingame slumped in the corner, exhausted. She'd just come off the wall. Will and Fitch hung close to Jack and Ellen, as if determined not to be left out of whatever was to happen. Will's father, Bill Childers, mayor of Trinity, and his uncle, Ross Childers, now chief of police, looked as awkward as two Baptists at a Hindu temple. "I think we're all here," Becca said to Jack. "Now, suppose you tell us what's going on." "This had better be good," Ross added gruffly, yawning behind his forearm and glaring at Will. "Real good." Nick levered himself to his feet, using his staff. "Ross, Bill, Becca. These young people are about to tell you an extraordinary story, but I can assure you that it's absolutely true. I hope you will listen to what they have to say with an open mind." He nodded at Jack. "So," Jack said, clearing his throat, "that is, He'd been keeping secrets so long that it was hard to let go of them. In desperation, he reached over his shoulder and drew Shadowslayer from his baldric, laying the great sword across the kitchen table. Ellen followed suit, pulling Waymaker from its scabbard and resting it next to Shadowslayer. Everyone stared at the two brilliant swords on the table, as if the weapons might speak. Becca found her own voice. "Jack, where did these swords come from? They look like museum pieces." Ellen rested her hand on the hilt of her sword and spoke, rather formally. "Waymaker was taken from a hoard of weapons in Ravensgill in Cumbria, UK, near where you stayed with Mr. Hastings that time. It is one of the 7 great blades made by sorcerers under the rule of the dragon Aiden Ladra. Jason, found it, and, Her voice trailed away. Becca and Ross and Bill Childers stared at her like she'd grown another head. She looked down at the floor, the color coming up in her cheeks. Ellen hated speaking in front of people, under the best of circumstances. Jack rested his right hand at the base of Ellen's spine and touched the hilt of his sword with the other. "Mom, this is Shadowslayer. It's another one of the 7. It belonged to great-great-grandmother Susanna. We, Will and Fitch and I, dug it up from her grave down in Colton County." "Susanna owned a sword." Becca frowned suspiciously at Jack, then turned to look at Will and Fitch for the punchline. "Susanna was a magical warrior," Fitch said into the skeptical silence, "like Ellen and Jack." "They've been fighting off an army of wizards, Ms. Downey," Will added. "Remember when we went down to Coal Grove with Aunt Linda to do genealogy? We found the sword, but then wizards attacked us, trying to steal it, and we had to hide in a church. Aunt Linda pulled up in the parking lot, and Jack, he flamed—" "Linda? What about Linda?" Becca interrupted. "You're saying she's a warrior, too." "Well," Will cleared his throat. No, she's an enchanter." "An enchanter," Ross Childers said, grinding the heel of his hand into his forehead. "Right." He'd asked Linda out several times before her relationship with Hastings became public knowledge. "We made it back to Trinity, but then wizards came after Jack here," Fitch said. "Remember when those dudes tried to snatch him from the high school, and Mr. Hastings chased them off?" Becca's head came up, and she wore that familiar lawyer expression that said she was about to drill an unreliable witness. Though she hadn't totally bought the story they'd told at the time, she wasn't buying this one either. "They were traitors," Will explained. There was this huge price on Jack's head, and they were going to sell him at auction. You see, wizards play warriors in these big magical tournaments called the game. You're telling me those men were wizards, and Leander Hastings chased them off? Becca lifted her eyebrow. Well, actually, they're sort of buried under the school parking lot, Jack admitted. He had to do something with the bodies before the police came. He shot an apologetic look at Ross, who'd been the commanding officer on the scene. Mr. Hastings is a wizard too, Will said. So is Nick. Everyone turned and stared at Nick, who inclined his head slightly. Indeed, he said. I'm afraid so. Bill Childers looked from Nick to Will, then conjured up an explanation of his own. You got us all out of our beds to talk about some kind of role-playing game? No, Jason said from his spot against the wall. It's real. And there's going to be a massacre if we don't do something. Now hold on. Bill glared at Jason, who never looked particularly reliable. A massacre? Wizards have this town surrounded, Mercedes said, in her clipped fashion. We put up a weir wall. A magical barricade. That's the only thing that's keeping them out at the moment. Now the wizards have put up their own wall, a wizard wall. They mean to capture or kill everyone who tries to leave. Look, Ross said, shedding his jacket and tossing it over a chair. His shirt had big sweat spots under the arms. I've been in and out of town a dozen times over the past 2 weeks. I haven't seen any one wall, let alone two. You can't see the weir wall, Mercedes said. It's invisible to the Anaweir, the non-gifted, those without weir stones like you. The other wall went up tonight, Jason said. That one you can see. I can show you, but we'll have to be careful. They're already out there waiting. You expect us to believe that someone built a wall all the way around the town since sunset? Ross rolled up his sleeves, exposing his beefy arms. Mercedes sniffed. Well, it is an ugly thing, slipshod, but we have to assume it's effective. You've seen this wall? Bill asked. I have, Jason said. When they start grabbing the townies, there'll be mass panic. We have to find a place to stash the non-gifted until this war is over, one way or another. We're wasting time. Seth spoke for the first time. The morning commute begins in 2 hours. We've got sentries posted to turn people back, but anyone who slips through will be trapped inside the outer wall and taken. I'm not going to let that happen. I'll immobilize them all if I have to. Becca blinked at him. Seth? Look, Ross growled, exasperated. I've known most of you kids all your lives, but I have to say you're scaring me. I'm thinking we should all get back to bed and see if those wizards have disappeared by morning. Listen with an open mind, Nick repeated softly. Hey, Jason stared out the terrace doors toward the lake. Come look at this. They crowded onto the terrace, lining up against the wall, hunching their shoulders against the ice pellets drilled into them by the wind. Jason extended his hands. Light spilled from his fingers, gilding the tops of the waves across a gray expanse of water until it struck a thick black barrier 100 yards from shore that stretched from horizon to horizon. It resembled storm clouds come to earth, or a layer of thick roiling smoke with greenish lightning playing around its edges. What the hell? Ross stared out at the lake, scrubbing his palm across his bristled face. Is that some kind of water spout or squall line or... It's part of the wizard wall, Jason said flatly. And it wouldn't be a good idea to try and take your boat through that. It means there's no escape by water. How'd you do that? Bill demanded. That thing with your hands. Magic, Jason said matter-of-factly. Get used to it, because you're going to see a lot more of it, whether you like it or not. Jack recalled his own experience 2 years before, when Aunt Linda had told him that she was an enchanter, that Jack was a warrior, that wizards were hunting him down. There was just no way to ease into it. Jack ducked inside, retrieved Shadow Slayer from the table, and strode back onto the terrace. "Stand back," he said. Gripping the hilt with both hands, he swung the great sword in a wide, hissing arc, sending bolts of flame screaming across the dark waters to smash into the wall, feeling the familiar, exhilarating release as he did so. Smoke and flame fountained into the night sky, and smaller explosions reverberated along the rocky lakeshore. And again, flame ripped into the night, exploded against the barrier, painting the waves in gaudy colors of red and orange. When the smoke dissipated, the wall remained, though a bit more ragged than before. "God Almighty," Bill said, after a moment of stunned silence. An acrid, burnt scent came back to them, carried by the onshore breeze. Dogs barked furiously all along the shoreline. Becca slumped against the wall, bracing herself with her hands, emotions tracked across her face. Astonishment, fear, regret, guilt. "This has got to be a dream," she said. "It's okay, Mom," Jack said, embarrassed, sitting down next to her and leaning Shadow Slayer against the wall. Ellen took one look at the two of them, then firmly herded the rest of the group inside. "Take 10, Jack. We'll bring the townies up to date." She pulled the doors shut. "There's not much time," Jack said. "I'm sorry it had to come out like this." "I must have been blind," Becca said. She looked up at Jack. "When did you know?" "Not till my sophomore year. Warriors don't manifest until they're old enough to, fight." "But what about after that? Why didn't you tell me?" She caught his chin with her hand and forced his face around so she could look him in the eyes. "I should have asked more questions. You've had to deal with this all on your own." "Mom, you asked," Jack said desperately. "About 100 times you asked what was up. I just couldn't tell you. I didn't know how." He looked down at his lean, muscular body, designed for one purpose. "How was I supposed to tell you I'm a warrior, a hardwired killer? This is so totally opposed to everything you believe in, that I've believed in all my life." He leaned his arms on the wall, his chin on his arms, staring out at the lake. "I mean, I wasn't totally on my own. Linda knew all along, and Nick was here to keep an eye on me, I guess. He taught me some wizardry, and Hastings taught me how to fight." "Hastings." She let out a long breath. "What about Ellen?" "Ellen's had the life I might have had if things were different." He paused, collected his thoughts. "They sent her here to kill me, and she could have, but she didn't." Seth stuck his head through the doorway. "Jack?" Jack stood looking down at his mother. "All year you and Dad have been trying to get me to focus on my future. I don't know if I have a future, if I'm even going to get through the year. I know we need to talk, and we will, but for now I want to say I love you, and I'm sorry." Becca stood, reached her hands up, pulled his face down, and kissed him on his forehead. "I love you, Jack," she said fiercely, "and I believe in you, wizard, warrior, whatever," and led the way back into the house. The others were gathered around the kitchen table, slugging down coffee in lieu of sleep. Something had happened in the interim. Wizardly persuasion, perhaps. The mayor and the chief of police had moved from dogged skepticism to foot-dragging belief. "I still don't get it," Ross was saying. "Why would they attack a little college town in Ohio? What do they want?" Nick and Seth exchanged glances. "We have something they want," Nick said gently. "A magical object that is said to be extraordinarily powerful. A small group of wizards hope to use it to seize control of the magical guilds. In effect, To rule the world. Can't we use it against them? Bill asked. Seth shook his head. We don't know how. Couldn't we give it to them? Ross asked. I mean, if it's no good anyway. That's not an option, Nick said. You'll have to trust me on that. What does he know that he's not telling us? Jack wondered. We're just a small-town police force, Ross said. We don't have the manpower or equipment to handle major trouble. We need help. I could call the governor's office, bring in the National Guard. It wouldn't do any good, Seth said. They might kill a few wizards with conventional weapons if they took them by surprise. Then the Roses would immobilize and slaughter them. There'd be just that many more bodies on the ground. Ross nodded, looking almost relieved, as if he didn't want to contemplate the conversation with the governor. Okay. What if the, underguilds left? Wouldn't the wizards leave Trinity alone? The police chief was doing the best he could to master the jargon, to grapple with the monsters who'd come out from under the bed. It's too late for that now, Jason said. There are hundreds of wizards out there. There's no way we can get through without being captured or killed. These are children, too, remember? Becca leaned her hips against the kitchen counter. Whatever powers they have, you can't expect them to fall on their swords. It doesn't matter, Mom, Jack put in. We'd try to bust out if we thought it would do any good. We'd surrender if we thought it would save the town, but they know we're intertwined with the people here. And wizards are vindictive. The Anawir are throwaways to them. Those they think they can use as hostages, they'll take captive. The rest, well, he found he couldn't quite put it into words. But Jason could. They'll kill everyone. Men, women, children, down to the dogs and cats. There won't be a building left standing. They'll burn everything to the dirt, then poison the ground so nothing grows here again. It'll be like someone nuked the commons. Isn't there anyone who can help? Becca asked. Where are Linda and Hastings? We don't know, Becca, Nick said softly. They went to England to secure a hoard of magical weapons, to keep them out of our enemies' hands. So we'll have to do the best we can on our own. He patted her shoulder. All is not lost. We have some principled wizards on our side. Seth may be young, but he's quite powerful. And there's Jason, Iris, and me. He added, as if it were an afterthought. And me, Leisha said. She was still sitting on the hearth, but her chin came up stubbornly, like she was ready to pick a fight. All right. Seth, Jason, Iris, me, and Leisha, Nick said. And a few others. Dread coalesced in the pit of Jack's stomach, a handful against hundreds, if they could even trust Leisha. We have warriors, Nick went on. There's Jack and Ellen, of course, and we also have a formidable army of ghost warriors. We have hundreds of sorcerers, enchanters, and seers. We hold a large collection of magical weapons, and we actually know how to use most of them. Nick grinned, and Jack felt a little better. All right, then, Becca said, straightening, regaining her familiar focus. Think, what can we do about the people? We could put them in the convocation center, but that would just become an easy target. We need to hide them somewhere, Ellen suggested. Tell them some kind of story to make them stay put. How many basements would it take to hide 10,000 people? You know, I can't picture telling citizens of Trinity we're under attack by wizards, Bill said. Being drummed out of office is the least of it. I wish we could find a way to get them out of here. And how exactly are we supposed to do that, Jack thought. Dig a tunnel under the wall? And how long would that take? That gave him a glimmer of an idea. We have to come up with a place to put them until this is over, Seth said. Like a bomb shelter or something. Well, Jack said thoughtfully, There's the salt mines. Come on, Jack, Jason snapped. We don't have time for... I'm serious, Jack said. There's plenty of room, and they're well ventilated and... Jason's bleak expression reorganized into interest. What are you talking about? They mine salt under the lake, Ross Childers explained, eyeing Jack speculatively. Have for years. The mines are like huge man-made caverns that go halfway to Canada. Jack grinned. Halfway to Canada, but all the way to the sisters. Bill Childers nodded grudgingly at Jack. You know, that's an idea. I never heard of any salt mines, Jason said. Where are they? The entrance is in the industrial park on the lakefront, Ross explained, within the, perimeter. Some students and faculty from the college got arrested for picketing there back in the spring. Seems there was a proposal to close the mines and use them as a nuclear waste reservoir. Ross rubbed the bridge of his nose with his forefinger, looking over at Becca. Jack rolled his eyes. Naturally, his mother had been the ringleader of the protest. Becca waved her arrest away, not the least bit apologetic. After we killed the nuclear waste idea, the owners gave us a private tour of the works. It's like an underground palace, what they call room and pillar construction. The mines run as far north as the Sisters, and there are ventilation shafts that come up through some of the smaller islands. So, we could bring people out through the mines and up on the Sisters, Ross concluded. It'll be like the mines of Moria, Fitch said, hopefully without the orcs. Jack nodded. It's not perfect. I mean, you'd still have to work out the food, and there'd be long lines for the porta-johns. We have tons of bottled water and MREs in the basement of City Hall, Ross said, in case of terrorist attack. Well, I'd say this qualifies, Ellen muttered. The food bank is full, Becca said. We just finished the annual drive. But how are we going to get people to go into the mine? Imminent nuclear accident, Fitch proposed. At Ohio Power. All of northwestern Ohio could be contaminated. It'd be better than a chemical spill since radiation is non-detectable. So we go door to door and tell people they have an hour to pack. Half an hour, Seth put in. Half an hour. And then they have to go down into the mines for their own protection until the all clear. Seth leaned against the mantel. Nobody's allowed to leave. We can't let word leak out about what we're doing. The Anawir will be vulnerable once they leave the sanctuary. Jack shuddered. It was his idea, and if it all went bad... Ross's thick fingers twitched, beating a tattoo on the table. Once they reach the Sisters, we could fly them out then, or send boats from the mainland and... No, Seth shook his head. No way. If the Roses get wind of it, they'd be even more vulnerable out on the water. I'll take care of the phone service on the islands, too, he added. We can't let anyone know they're there, which means we have to finish this thing before the food runs out, he said, half to himself. Don't worry, Jason said, smiling crookedly. Once this starts, it'll be over in no time. Will and I'll go door to door, Fitch said. He was dressed in his urban pirate garb, khakis and camouflage and military surplus boots, heavy chains around his neck, a bandana tied rakishly around his head. Next to him, Will looked like a member of the JCs. You'll need help, Seth said, inspecting him skeptically. Jack knew what he was thinking. Some people in town would likely slam the door if Fitch appeared on their stoop in the middle of the night. We have to reach everyone before people begin leaving for work. Fitch, why don't you and Will handle college housing? Becca suggested. When you finish the dorms, start in on the streets south of campus. I'll work the north end. I'll help too, Leisha announced. Everyone swung around to look at her. Jack had forgotten she was there. You? Jack blurted. You can use my help, you know, she said defensively. I can be very persuasive. We can use every willing hand, Nick said. Deal, Fitch said. You come with us, let's go. He tossed Leisha a bandana like the one he wore. "Tie that on your head or arm or something." Leisha glanced at Jason, who was gazing into the fireplace, pretending not to be listening, then followed Fitch out the door. Oh well, Jack thought. If Fitch can forgive being kidnapped and dragged to the Gill as a hostage, I can go with it. "Ellen and I will work the perimeter to make sure no one sneaks out," Jack said to Ross. "I'll go back to the station and brief first shift," Ross said. "I'll send along some black and whites to help clear the houses, escort people to the mine, and keep them from slipping away. We'll stick with the story about a nuclear accident." He banged through the door. The others left in twos and threes until it was just Seth, Jack, Ellen, and Jason. "Well," Ellen said, sliding Waymaker into its baldric, "we'd better get going too." Ellen looked from Seth to Jason. "What do we do when the Anawir go? Do we go with them or what?" Jason shook his head. "If we go, the wizards will know we've escaped somehow. It won't take them long to find the entrance to the mine, and if we take the Dragonheart with us, they'll track us down for sure. I don't think we want to be out on a rock in the middle of the lake when that happens. We have to make a stand, and here is as good a place as any." But they'll level the town, Jack thought. He felt his childhood spiraling away from him, like rope uncoiling from a spool. "It seems weird. Everybody knowing, I mean," he said. "Even if we get through this, it's never going to be the same." "I don't think that's going to be a problem," Jason said. "We'll all be dead." When Seth opened his mouth to speak, Jason raised his hand to stop him. "I know we have weapons. I know we have talent and smarts and rights on our side and all that, but I've seen what's out there. Wall or no wall, they're coming in. If this were any kind of fair fight, we'd win. As it is, we lose, no matter how much flame you take." Seth stiffened. "I'm not—" "Come on," Jason muttered. "Do you think we're stupid? As if you're not juiced enough on your own." "Seth?" Ellen stood and got in Seth's face, coming up on the balls of her feet, her hands fisted at her sides. "You promised." "I promised not to use it unnecessarily, and I don't." "It'd be nice if he'd share some with the rest of us," Jason said. "Come on, Ellen," Jack said, suddenly eager to leave the stifling room behind and commit mayhem on someone. "Let's go round up the stragglers." "So," Jason said, when Jack and Ellen had gone, "you haven't heard from your parents?" Seth looked at him warily, as if worried they were still on the topic of flame. Then he shook his head. "Wish I could have asked Dorsey if he'd seen them, but I didn't want to give anything away. I don't even know if they made it to the Gill." "Well," Jason said, "if they're in Ravensgill Castle, that would explain why they haven't called." "Yeah." Seth knuckled his forehead, as if it hurt. He looked bad, Jason thought. There were dark shadows under his eyes, the bones in his face stuck out even more than usual, and his hands trembled a little. When he noticed Jason looking, he shoved them into his pockets and glared at him, tight-lipped, as if daring him to raise the subject. Whatever, Jason thought. Nick and Linda Hastings had dumped on Seth for sure, and they were dancing all around the possibility that Linda and Hastings might be dead. Maudlin. You're getting totally maudlin. "So it's as bad as all that?" Seth asked. Jason looked up, startled, thinking Seth had somehow seen into his mind. But then Jason realized he was talking about the situation in the sanctuary. Jason recalled the ranks of pavilions that encircled the walls, the flicker of wizard lights through the trees. Yeah, worse. He paused, wondering how to frame his next words. "I've been thinking. There's some kind of connection between Madison and the Dragonheart. We should bring her back." "No," Seth answered so quickly that Jason knew he'd been thinking the same thing. But she can help, Jason persisted. The Dragonheart is the key, and we need to give her a shot at it. It's not just us. It's everybody else, too. There's going to be a slaughter. It could be the end of the Underguilds. She's not one of us. She has her family to think about. Jason got the impression Seth was trying to convince himself. Besides, she may not be vulnerable to magic, but she can be killed just the same. I don't want to be responsible for that. She'll do it if you ask. You sound like my father. Seth raked his hair back impatiently. Of course she'd say yes if I went to her and told her we'd all be killed if she didn't. Jason shrugged. I don't like it either, but don't you get it? I've done nothing but put her in danger from the time we met. If we knew anything for sure, it'd be one thing, but it's all hunches and speculation. We have no proof Madison could help us at all. If it's as bad as you say, and we bring her here, she'll be killed with the rest of us. At least this way, somebody stays alive. Looks like there's no easy way out of this, Jason thought. Maybe not even a hard way. And if they lost, well... He shivered. Wizards had a talent for torture and something to prove. He hadn't forgotten his experiences at Lester's hands. Note to self, don't be taken alive. He'd talk to Mercedes. Maybe she wouldn't give him flame, but she'd have something. Some kind of poison pill that could put him out of reach, if need be. Chapter 29. Exodus. Jason had never seen so much activity on the streets of Trinity, Ohio, at 5 a.m. Police with hooded flashlights walked house to house, pounding on doors and rousting the occupants, smashing windows and clearing houses by force when necessary. Families poured out of their homes towing suitcases and sleepy children, carrying duffel bags and pets in cages, shrouded against the wind. Squad cars and ambulances hauled the aged and infirm. Jack and Ellen had pulled on their leather gauntlets and light chainmail. Their great swords poked up over their shoulders, but under the circumstances, no one paid them much mind. Getting away with stuff depends a lot on attitude, Jason thought. The evacuees had scrounged what protection they could. One entire family, down to a babe in arms, wore helmets fashioned out of aluminum foil to protect against radiation. The cosmic shop next to campus had opened its doors and was doing a brisk business in healing crystals. Will and Fitch and Leisha had done their work in the dormitories and student apartments. Students cruised by on skateboards, bikes, and rollerblades, wearing backpacks, headphones, and earbuds, wrapped in fleece blankets, carrying stuffed animals and cradling laptops. Many were still dressed in night clothes under their coats, t-shirts and sweatpants, flip-flops or clogs. They looked like refugees from a country that favored audio technology, impractical footwear, and personal transportation. At street corners, marshals clad in bright yellow storm coats labeled Trinity Police directed the flow of people toward the lake. Hey, man, a student shoved his radio toward Fitch and tapped his headphones. How come I can't get any stations? Must be radiation, Fitch replied. Despite the crowds, and maybe because of the early hour, the exodus was relatively quiet. People shuffled along silently, clutching their belongings, fear and apprehension on their faces. Good, Jason thought. Maybe we can actually pull this thing off without attracting the attention of the wizards outside. Jason left the flow of traffic toward the salt mine and veered west along the lakeshore. Lightning strobed almost continuously, and thunder rattled the windows of the beachside cottages. Waves thrashed against the breakwater, drenching him in freezing spray. The wind howled off the lake, and ice pellets stung his exposed flesh. Wizards making a point. He worked his way down the row of cottages, perfecting his evacuation system. If there was no answer when he knocked, He'd blow a hole in the door, reach in, and unlock it. He'd rouse the family, apply persuasion to the head of the household to get immediate cooperation — no one would agree to venture out in that weather otherwise — and hustle them out. He had it down to 15 minutes per, after a few. Just inside the weir wall was Shrewsbury Place, looking like a wad of pink stucco bubblegum stuck onto the lakefront. He'd visited there when Leisha was staying with Aunt Melisandre, before he went to Colton County. Now Leisha was staying at Snowbeard's, but what about Aunt Millie? He checked out the compound, which was embroidered with an elaborate wrought iron fence. Leisha would have already come and picked up her aunt. She must have. But she was working the south end by campus. No one answered when he knocked, so he let himself in the usual way. People tended to wake up when he blew out the door, but no one responded, and he hoped that meant Aunt Millie was gone already. He ended up surprising the old woman in her bed. Aunt Melisandre screamed when she opened her eyes and found him looming over her. She winged a lamp at him, followed by a blast of fire. He threw himself face down on the Persian rug, flames singeing the back of his head. She hopped out of bed with amazing agility for one so old and locked herself in the bathroom. He could hear her just on the other side of the door, whimpering and talking to herself. He was afraid to blow out the door with her so close. "Hey, I'm not going to hurt you. It's Jason, remember? Everybody has to leave. I came to get you. Please, move away from the door." She didn't reply, but kept muttering to herself. He could hear glass shattering, fixtures exploding. Water gushed out from under the door. Aunt Millie was creating her usual magical disaster area. Damn. He didn't have time for this. "Come on, Aunt Millie. Just calm down and move away from the door." Nothing. He was going to have to blow down the door whether he liked it or not. He heard a sound at the front of the house, a door slamming. It was Leisha. Her cheeks were rosy from the cold, and she had Fitch's bandana tied around her curls. She'd taken him by surprise, and it struck him how much he missed her. "She's in there," he said, swallowing hard, nodding toward the bathroom. "Aunt Millie?" Leisha knocked on the door. "It's Alicia. Open up." There was no answer, and she repeated herself louder. "She's kind of deaf, remember?" she muttered aside to Jason. A tremulous voice came from the other side of the door. "I don't believe you. Go away." "Aunt Millie, I'm sorry Jason scared you. Remember Jason? He came for tea." "I don't remember any Jason." How about Jasper, Jason thought. Remember him? Leisha looked down at the ankle-deep water. "You have to let us in, Aunt Millie. It looks like there's a flood." "It's the middle of the night," Melisandre quavered. "No, it's early yet," Leisha said. She paused, then said, "There's a dance at the pavilion by the lake, and I thought you might like to come." There was a pause, then. "Really? It's not too cold?" "It's a lovely night," Leisha coaxed. "The moon's out, shining on the water, and I bet you can hear the band all the way to Canada." "Oh, my. Well, it's been a long time. Perhaps I could come for a little while." Jason heard fumbling at the lock, and then the door eased open, revealing a shyly smiling Melisandre. Leisha brought up her hand and fluffed a powder puff in her aunt's face. "Yemund Bana, Mindslayer." Aunt Millie collapsed, and Jason caught her smoothly before she hit the tiles. He lifted her in his arms. She weighed nothing. They joined the streams of humanity flowing along the lakefront toward the mines. "Thanks for fetching Aunt Millie," Leisha said, touching his arm. "I don't think I could have carried her." Jason said nothing. They took a half-dozen more steps, then Leisha said, "Jason, look, I'm sorry. About Barber." "Seth and Jack told me about the collar." Jason looked straight ahead. Leisha seemed determined to say her piece, as if she thought she wouldn't have another chance. "Barber beat me up. He told me he'd out me to all of you if I didn't help him. You'd throw me out of the sanctuary and then he'd kill me. Jason remembered the tea with Aunt Millie, the night before he left for Colton County. Leisha's face had been bruised and swollen. So you had no choice, he said. Understandable. After I put the lodestone in your pack, I knew I'd made a mistake. I tried to call you to warn you, but you didn't answer. Jason remembered the missed calls on his cell. Guess it's my fault then. Every time he opened his mouth, cold, hard words kept coming out. Jason? She put her hand on his arm again, and he shook it off. I didn't mean that. I just wanted you to know that I didn't want to. He was afraid to look at her, afraid he'd give in. Okay, Jason said, kicking fallen branches out of the way. They were coming up on the police checkpoint at the entrance to the mines. I believe that you're sorry you gave me to Barber. I guess he hurt you? She shook ice from her curls, blinked it from her eyelashes. Not as much as you did, Jason thought. It was his own fault. It wasn't like he'd walked into it blind. I'm okay. 2 EMS corpsmen brought up a stretcher, and he carefully laid Aunt Melisandre on it. Better stick with her. Make sure she stays out, he said to Leisha, imagining what kind of chaos she'd create in the mines. I'll go do another sweep. But Leisha wasn't going to let it go. She sidestepped into his path. If you believe I had no choice, what is it then? When he didn't say anything, she persisted. What? I thought you actually liked me. I didn't realize it was all a setup. Pathetic. She grabbed his hand, gripped it tight in both of hers, like she never meant to let go. I do like you, Jason. Please, you've got to believe me. I don't have to do anything. And I don't believe you. Not anymore. Gently, he extricated his hand from hers and walked away. Chapter 30. Agreeing to disagree. Jessamine Longbranch was tired of the privations of war. She missed her palace on the banks of the Thames, the gardens layered in white roses, the servants who waited on her hand and foot, the more civilized intrigue that went on under the guise of wizard politics. Shivering, she pulled her jacket close around her shoulders and pushed away her plate of shrimp. She was alone in her pavilion at 3 a.m. The problem with laying siege to a fortress was that the besiegers were as trapped as the besieged. It might be amusing to play army for a day or two, but this was excessive. She couldn't shake the nagging sense that they'd been cheated. Where were the unaware citizens of Trinity? Why weren't they bursting through the weir wall to be snatched up by the waiting wizards? Where was the panic in the streets? Just what this siege needed to end the impasse. Though it was Wiley's idea, she'd thought it would work. Leaning forward in her chair, she poured herself another glass of wine, then nearly spilled it when someone said, "Hey." She whipped around, knowing it was already too late to defend herself. "Relax," Jason Haley said, raising his hands to show that he was as unarmed as a wizard can be. "If I'd come to kill you, you'd already be dead." "Then why are you here?" Jess demanded, still rattled. "And how did you get in?" He ignored her question and dropped into the chair opposite her. "I need safe passage out of the sanctuary." Jess blinked at him in surprise. "What? Why?" "Macaulay's insane," Haley said bluntly. "He's going to get us all killed." Ah. Jess settled more deeply into her chair, intrigue and dissension. Perhaps she wouldn't call the guards just yet. So this weapon he's talking about isn't so powerful, after all. Haley shook his head impatiently. Wrong. It's incredibly powerful. That's the problem. What do you mean? Jess asked, growing impatient with the trickling pace of the story. The boy seemed jittery. He flinched at every sound and drummed his fingers on his thigh, tapping out an erratic rhythm. They're all dead, he said finally, looking up at her, then away. The Anawir. What? Jess stared at him, thinking she must have misunderstood. From the look on his face, she hadn't. How did that happen? It was an accident. He stared off into space, a muscle in his jaw working. He was experimenting with the dragon heart. You're saying Macaulay killed off the entire Anawir population of the town? Haley nodded, taking a deep breath. There are a few in the hands of the healers, but even if they survive, I don't think... Anyway, it was a disaster. He scrubbed a hand through his ragged hair. Jessamine scanned his face. Either the boy was a damned good liar, or he was telling the truth. Becca Swift, those boys who came to Raven's Gill. He nodded, looking down at the ground. Jess couldn't help admiring the strategy, even while it made her task more difficult. How convenient. Now Macaulay doesn't have to deal with them. From Haley's lack of response, Jess assumed he'd been thinking the same thing, even if he wouldn't say it. Well, she said, poor Jackson must feel a bit betrayed. I don't know what he thinks. People are afraid to say much. Now Macaulay sorta kinda knows how to use it, but that's not good enough when it could destroy all of northern Ohio and Indiana. But he doesn't care. Ever since, well, what happened, he's determined to make it work. You know, to make the sacrifice worth it. Macaulay had seemed arrogant and self-important last time she'd seen him. And you don't want to be a martyr. Of course he didn't. Whatever she thought about Jason Haley, he wasn't a fool. I don't want to throw my life away for nothing. I'm going to try and end this. Jess raised an eyebrow. You're going up against Macaulay. Isn't that a bit of a mismatch? Haley's head snapped up, and Jess smiled into her wine. The boy was jealous, naturally. Macaulay was getting all the attention. He was the star of the rebel show. We'll see, Haley said. I don't dare touch the Dragonheart. It's that unstable. But I'm going to bring back somebody who can handle it without getting killed. Longbranch rubbed her chin. Someone more powerful than Macaulay? In a way. Who? Madison Moss. Longbranch leaned in close. The girl from Second Sister. Is she really gifted, then? Not exactly. She can't use the stone like a wizard would, but she won't set it off. She studied him. You know this for sure? Haley nodded. Where is she? Longbranch asked. Haley snorted. Right, like I'm an idiot. Jess sighed. What are you proposing? I'm thinking we could, make a trade. If I bring you the Dragonheart, Macaulay will surrender. He won't have a choice. Why would you do that? Jess asked. Why would you hand us the one weapon you have? She wanted to believe it. Haley jerked his head toward the town. There are people in there I'd like to save. Plus, you give me D'Orsay, like you promised. She wouldn't mind losing D'Orsay now that his usefulness was over. They had the safest from the Horde, disappointing as they turned out to be. How do we know you're not going to fetch Hastings? You control the outer wall, Haley pointed out. How would he get in without your knowing? I'm betting you'd love to catch him on his own out there. Ah, yes, indeed. Why would Madison Moss help you? She asked delicately. Isn't she going out with Macaulay? Was, Haley said. They broke up. Let's just say she's open to new possibilities. He looked at her dead on, delightfully shameless. Haley had an edgy kind of charisma. Teenage girls always went for the bad boys. This was looking better and better. But Jess was suspicious when things looked too good to be true. Haley smiled, as if reading her thoughts. Look, whether you believe me or not, you're not risking much. My presence or absence won't make much difference in the end result. If I'm telling the truth and we do a deal, you'll be saving all your skins. Trust me, everybody dies if Macaulay uses the Dragonheart. You'd betray your friends, she asked, thinking, why not? It was, after all, the wizardly thing to do. Better betrayed than dead, Haley said. We can negotiate amnesties once this is over. Of course, Jess said smoothly. When do you plan to go? Tonight, Haley said. I'll come through the outer gate just after midnight. Make sure you have my get-out-of-jail-free card ready. Stone Cottage was deserted, as was usual these days. It took Jason less than an hour to gather his things and stuff them into a duffel. He wouldn't need much. It was a long, spooky walk through near-deserted streets to the park. Jason kept to the shadows, hoping to avoid running into anyone he knew. The Trinity safety forces had entered the mines along with the citizens, maintaining the fiction that they were evacuating because of radiation contamination. A few ghost warriors patrolled the streets to prevent looting. It seemed a waste of effort to Jason. The town would be toast before long, given the Rose's proclaimed scorched earth policy. The hands on the clock tower scissored together as he cut across the vacant commons. The bells pealed out 12 times. The usual motley of warriors stood guard at the weir gate. Jason nodded briskly as he walked past, hoping to discourage conversation. But Jeremiah Brooks stepped out from their midst. Mr. Haley, ain't it? Jason raised his hand in a kind of salute. Brooks? He kept moving, which he hoped would convey the message that he was on an urgent mission, but the warrior left his comrades and kept pace with him. The night breeze carried the warrior's scent to Jason, a faint miasma of sweat, leather, old blood, and tobacco. He'd painted his face and stuck a few feathers into his hair, giving him a fierce, primitive look. So, where are you off to, then? Brooks asked, a lilt in his voice betraying his 18th-century Brit origins. Thought I'd have a look around outside, Jason said vaguely. See if there's any movement along the boundary. Right, Brooks said. Well then, he rubbed a finger alongside his nose. You take care out there. The Roses. They're right tricky. Right, Jason said. See you. He passed through the gate and into no man's land. The skin on the back of his neck prickled. He couldn't help wondering if Long Branch would really play, and if the plan had been communicated to the wizards on guard. Otherwise, this might be a very short journey. He resisted the temptation to recheck the location of all the safas hidden on his person. As he approached the outer wall, he saw a half-dozen white rose wizards collected around the wizard wall gate. Long Branch's house. No sign of the red rose. The sentries barred his way. Name? Haley. Silently, they parted to allow him through. The gateway yawned before him. Jason took a step forward, then another, expecting at any moment to be incinerated by some trap they'd forgotten to disarm. 5 more steps, and he was through. He looked back. The White Rose wizards stood watching. He turned and kept walking through the maze of wizard pavilions, past the camps of the roses. 50 more paces, and he was well hidden in the woods. He paused a moment to brush away all the magical spyware and tethers that had been attached to him at the gate. He moved ahead at a trot. Amazing how much stamina he had now that he'd quit smoking. He'd have to find a house, appropriate a car. He didn't have much time. He looked back only once more, as he topped a small rise. Trinity swam uneasily in a sea of wizard mist, like a fairy castle, the turrets of Mercedes's wall punching into the sky. Dark clouds rolled in from the lake, casting deep shadow over the town and thickening the night. He turned and ran faster. Chapter 31. Armageddon on the Lake. Maybe we should have met at Jack's house, Seth thought. Just now it seemed perilous to be perched on an outcropping of rock at the edge of the lake. The wind howled, flinging foam-speckled waves against the breakwater, ripping slate shingles from the roof and sending them spiraling away into the darkness. The trees in the garden bent double under glittering skins of ice. Sleet clattered against the leaded windows of Stone Cottage, the witchy wind screamed down the chimneys, and thunder and lightning clamored over the lake. They had to speak loudly to be heard over the din. It was worse for Seth than for anyone else. The Alf Alling made him hypersensitive to the conjured storm, to the lowering cloud overhead, to the legion of wizards that drew close around the walls, like darkness around a shuttered lamp. It was as if his nerves had been sandpapered to exquisite tenderness. The magical activity at the boundary was a constant flickering, just out of his field of vision. He could see all of the possibilities, and they all looked bad. He thought of the refugees out on the Sisters, and wondered how they were faring. They must think the world was truly coming to an end. Wonder what the weather people are saying about this one, he muttered. One can only imagine, Nick observed dryly from his place by the fire, given that it is their habit to make a run-of-the-mill thunderstorm sound like Armageddon. The old wizard had drawn a wool blanket around his shoulders. He and Leisha sat, a chessboard between them. Either she was really good or Nick was letting her win. He seemed to be working really hard at cheering her up for some reason. Jack and Ellen came banging in, shaking off the sleet and rain like dogs, and after them came Will and Fitch. Seth looked from Will and Fitch to Jack and raised an eyebrow. Aren't these two supposed to be on the Sisters? They were hiding out, Jack explained, but it's not like they haven't been busy. They've been mining the no-man's land between the walls, Ellen said, grinning, slapping Will on the back, sending ice flying in all directions. We've been providing cover. Will and Fitch resembled high-concept members of the French resistance, clad in black jeans and hoodies and black knit caps, faces smudged black so as not to shine out in the dark. The Roses are looking for hostages, you know, Seth said. Not a good idea to be out there. Been hostages, done that, Fitch said, poking in the refrigerator and coming up with a bottle of juice. Seth turned to Jack for help. Aren't you afraid of blowing up our own warriors? I mean, we're out there patrolling that area. The motion sensors will tell us someone's out there, Fitch said, but nothing blows up until I say so. He produced an electronic device, small as an MP3 player, and dangled it in front of Seth. Anyway, we're not going into the salt mines, Will said, thrusting his chin out belligerently, as if anxious to put the issue to bed. So forget it. You don't have a chance against wizardry, Seth said. Will's response was something like, All right, Seth said. Thanks. But don't get killed, okay? He made a mental note to try and put them out of harm's way when the bad stuff happened. One more thing to think about. Mercedes had come in while they were talking, so they were all there except... "Anyone seen Jason?" Jack asked, looking around in an exaggerated fashion. "Jason?" Seth shrugged. "He'll be here. Probably got hung up. Why?" "He was supposed to meet us 2 hours ago," Ellen said, "to go over the layout of the camp outside the walls. He didn't show." There was a long, charged pause, full of throat clearings and significant looks. "What are you suggesting?" Seth said testily. "I just think it's strange, that's all." Jack thrust the tip of the poker into the flames on the hearth. Sparks spiraled up. "I mean, he's been a loose cannon all along, crazy to leave." Seth waited for someone to disagree. No one did. "Jason's been frustrated, yeah, but that was because he thought he could do more good in Britain than here. He can't still believe that." "So where is he?" Jack asked. "Hey," Ellen frowned at Jack. "Ease up." Silence crackled among them. "Brooks saw him outside the perimeter just before midnight," Jack said, propping the poker against the hearth. "He was headed for the Wizard Gate. No one's seen him since." "What are you saying?" Seth asked. "That he ran out on us?" Jack shrugged. "He wouldn't just leave," Seth said flatly, feeling some of the old friction with Jack. Without meaning to, Seth reached out with his mind, looking for the angry spark that was Jason, and did not find him anywhere within the perimeter. Could he have gone out to the sisters? Was he somehow incapacitated, so he couldn't be detected? If not, how would he have breached the outer perimeter and navigated the wizard lines outside? "He wouldn't run out on you," Leisha said suddenly. They all turned to look at her. "He wouldn't," she insisted, shoving the chessboard away so the pieces toppled onto the floor. Jack gave her a look and rolled his eyes as if to say, "Consider the source." "Nobody said that," Seth said, looking around at the others, daring them to disagree. Jack fixed him with his blue-eyed gaze, but said nothing. Seth remembered what Ellen had told him more than a year ago. Jack's more wary than he used to be, before Raven's Gill. "Perhaps we should discuss what will happen tomorrow," Nick suggested softly. Jack was conscious of overwhelming thirst. Fatigue dragged at his legs and arms like millstones, or maybe it was the armor he wore. Whenever he closed his eyes, he saw the images of the men he'd killed, as if they were painted on his eyelids, so he struggled to keep his eyes open, blinking against the dust and sweat and blood caked on his face. He was looking for his comrades. He'd somehow lost them during the last one-on-one with a wizard who wouldn't go down. By the time he'd finished him and yanked his sword free, he was alone among the trees, in a wood littered with bodies and watered with blood. And so he moved silently through the woods, listening for the telltale clash of metal and magic that would direct him to the ongoing fight. But nothing. Even the birds had left that desolate place hours ago, understanding that it was no place for living things. It's a peculiarity of man, this lining up and marching toward death. The only other creatures who don't flee a killing field are the scavengers who come after the fact. On all sides lay the detritus of terrible endings, or heroic endings. The results looked the same. Finally, he broke from the forest and onto a field, pegged with ancient trees, many of them charred and splintered and broken, as yet unaware they were doomed, thrusting fistfuls of leaves into a brilliant blue sky. Stone buildings ringed the green on all sides, the commons, and, everywhere he looked, bodies. "Jack?" Ellen gently tugged at Jack's arm. He responded by swinging his fist at her, and she captured it between her two hands, forcing it down onto the pillow. "Jack, you're dreaming. Cut it out." His body bucked and twisted as he tried to free himself. His red-gold hair was sluiced across the pillow, damp with sweat, and he muttered something unintelligible. "Come on, Jack! You're waking up the whole house!" Man, he's strong, she thought, unable to resist a little professional envy. Another near miss with that big fist, and she picked up a glass from the bedside table and sloshed the contents into his face. He surged into a sitting position, spluttering, groping for his belt dagger. Good thing he didn't have it, or she might have been skewered before he came awake. She avoided his grasp, slid to the floor, and retreated a few yards away, watching him. Finally, his bleary blue eyes cleared and focused on her. "What the—" "You were dreaming," Ellen repeated. "You've been screaming and yelling half the night. Nobody can sleep." He stared at her, as if she were a ghost. It was unnerving. "I was elected to come in and put a stop to it. You sure wake up grouchy. Don't take a weapon to bed is my advice." "Ellen," he whispered hoarsely, "I killed them. I killed them all." He gazed down at his hands, turning them palms up, as if they were covered in blood. "You killed who?" Ellen asked, but Jack didn't seem to hear her. She came and sat on the edge of the bed. "Come on. It was just a dream." With that, he threw back the covers and erupted from the bed, oblivious of his state of dress. Yanking his duffel bag from the closet, he emptied it onto the floor. He groped through the debris of clothes and came up with a chamois-wrapped package. He sat down next to Ellen on the bed and ripped away the leather with trembling fingers. It was a mirror, its silver frame engraved with dragons and other fantastical images. He stared into the glass with a desperate intensity. "Wow, that's cool," Ellen said, combing her fingers through Jack's hair, which stuck out in all directions. "What does it do?" She leaned close, so she could see. "Is it magic?" What she saw was not Jack's face, but an image that looked like a battlefield, only familiar. "Is that no man's land?" she asked. A lone warrior stood at the center of the field, the sunlight striking his red-gold hair, head bowed, cradling a comrade in his arms. And all around him lay the fallen, warriors from 5 centuries, surrounded by the gear and weapons appropriate to their time. "That's you," Ellen said. "What's it mean?" Jack snatched the mirror away and flung it across the room. It smashed against the wall and dropped behind the dresser. Chapter 32. Don't Look Back. Madison Moss had long ago mastered the gift of looking forward, of achieving that narrow focus on goals. Not that there wasn't a price. Sometimes she wondered if she was doomed to repeat the mistakes of the past, since she'd trained herself not to look back at it. But Maddie was, first and foremost, a survivor. Beyond that, she'd protect the ones she loved, whatever it took. That, at least, gave her direction. So for now, she could set aside wondering what had happened at Bryson Farms, set aside the Chicago Institute of Art and Seth Macaulay, set aside Warren Barber's threats. It didn't take her long to pack. She stuffed 2 changes of clothes into a duffel. After some thought, she returned her father's gun to the wood box, made 2 sandwiches from the groceries she'd bought, and piled them in a 6-pack cooler with a couple of cans of pop. She didn't mean to stop. Finally, she pulled on blue jeans and a sweatshirt and boots over heavy socks. Clothes that said she meant business. She set the duffel by the door and laid her silver-studded denim jacket on top, then tied her hair back with a bandana. Her plan was simple. She'd drive back to Trinity and go directly to St. Catherine's. Seth's barriers and wards wouldn't give her any trouble. With any luck, she'd take the Dragonheart and be gone before anyone knew she was there. That was it. What would she do if she ran into Seth? She'd make something up. She tried to think of what came after that, but drew a complete blank. She didn't trust Barber, but she had no clue how to get around him. She heard the clatter of gravel against metal as a car pulled into the yard, followed by a door slamming. Had Barber come back for some reason? The police? County Child Welfare? None of the possibilities were good. She thought about running out the back, but she'd still have to get past whoever it was to get down the mountain. So she knelt on the floor beside the wood box like a cornered animal, one hand gripping the loaded pistol. She heard footsteps cross the creaky porch, but still jumped when someone banged on the door. "Come," she said, aiming the pistol through the wood box at the front door. The visitor stood silhouetted against a rectangle of sunlight, squinting into the darkened room, then took a few hesitant steps forward. "Madison? Jason?" She let go of the pistol and sat back on her heels, her breath whooshing out in relief. The light struck his face as he moved out of the doorway. He looked better than when she'd last seen him, when he'd left for Trinity. His coloring was restored, though he looked like he'd not slept for days. His hair had grown out in a haphazard way. She wanted to grab hold of him, to somehow hand off her load of problems, but he might not be an ally. She had only one agenda, could have only one agenda. His might be different. She stood, a little shakily, thinking furiously. "So, not to be rude, but what are you doing back here?" she asked. The question seemed to take him by surprise, as if he hadn't planned anything further than getting to Booker Mountain. "Well, that is, I wondered if you'd heard what was going on in Trinity." Barber had told her there was trouble, but she wasn't sure what kind. And besides, it wouldn't do to say she'd been chatting with Warren Barber. So she shook her head. "What's going on in Trinity?" Jason's eyes lit on her duffel bag, sitting by the door. "Were you going somewhere?" "Well," she thought a moment, decided, and answered in a rush. "Actually, I was just getting ready to leave, to come back north. She gulped, lost for a moment, then went on. "Someone else has the kids for a while, so I thought—" "Great," Jason said. "That's great." They stood in awkward silence for a moment. Then he glanced toward the kitchen. "I drove straight through. Could I get something to drink?" "Well, sure." She motioned him to the kitchen table and fetched him a cold pop from the refrigerator, all the while itching to be gone. She set it on the table in front of him and leaned back against the kitchen counter. "You look better," she said. He grimaced. "Yeah, well, I'm close to 100%, but 100% ain't that great." He didn't say it like he was fishing for a compliment. Damn Warren Barber, wherever he is. Yeah, she thought. Damn Warren Barber. "So, how is Seth?" She couldn't help herself. Jason's words came out in a rush, as if some internal dam had broken. "Bad. Look, Maddie, we need your help, but he won't ask for it. Trinity is under siege, the place is surrounded, and they say they'll attack tomorrow if we don't surrender." She blinked, momentarily diverted from her urge to be gone. "What do you mean the town is surrounded? By who?" "The Roses and Dorsey. They've put up this mammoth wizard wall all around the town that keeps everybody inside, Weir and Anna Weir. Well, first Mercedes put up a wall, remember? Will and Fitch told us about it when they came, but that one just worked on the Weir." Seconds passed while she processed this. "Okay, you're saying there's two walls, one inside the other, and the outside one catches the Anna Weir, so nobody can get in or out of Trinity? How can that be? It's not like no one would notice. What about the police?" Jason dismissed the police with a wave of his hand. "What do the Roses care? The Anna Weir authorities can't do anything. Trinity is sort of isolated to begin with. They've clothed the wall in confusion charms, so no one can find us. Phones, TV, radio don't work inside the wall. We might as well be in the Middle Ages. An image came to her. Trinity as a 15th century university town under siege, in perpetual twilight, shadowed by menacing black walls. But isn't everyone going crazy inside? What about the kids at the high school? And people have jobs. Jason hesitated, as if debating the wisdom of sharing a secret. The Anawir are gone. Seth snuck them out of town. And Seth he's using wizard flame, Jason said brutally. It makes him incredibly powerful, but it's dangerous, I guess. He's going to save the town and everybody in it or die trying. No. Focus forward. Don't look back. There's nothing back there but monsters. But why are they doing this? What do they want? They want the dragon heart. Madison turned and stared out the kitchen window, over the sensuous hips and shoulders of mountains that rolled into the distance. She hoped the view would soothe her, so she wouldn't vomit into the sink. What do they want with it? She felt the hot pressure of Jason's gaze on the back of her neck. They think it's a weapon, like the mother of all weapons. A weapon? So that's why Barbara wanted it. Madison had never thought of it as something dangerous. But what did she know? Well, if it's a weapon, can't you just use it against them? We don't know how. We're not even sure what it does. He took a breath. And we can't get near it. She swung round to face him. What? Since when? Ever since you left. It's like it's got some kind of force field around it. If we try to touch it, it erupts in flames or slams us down on our butts. You're saying 4 wizards can't pick up a stone? He nodded, and she said, Why didn't you tell me? He shrugged unhappily. I kept thinking it would settle. I wanted to try and use it. Could things get any worse? But you handled it before, didn't you? The dragon heart? Did you have any trouble then? No. Jason rubbed his stubbled chin. Nick and Mercedes and I fooled with it for weeks trying to figure out what it did. But it's like something woke it up. Power just rolls off the thing. It's like this big antenna that's drawing wizards and weir from all over. He looked up at her, fixing her with his blue eyes. It seemed to respond to you before. I thought maybe your leaving set it off somehow. She'd last touched the dragon heart the day she left for Colton County. It had blazed up so bright it hurt her eyes. Magic had poured into her until she ripped her hands away. Maybe she'd had something to do with the change in the stone. Maybe she'd been the one to mess it up. Either that or the hex magic it had driven out of her. Jason was still watching her, waiting for a response. What do you think I can do? She asked. He studied her, as if assessing his chances of success. 2 things. I want to see if you can do something with the dragon heart. You're not vulnerable to magic, so you ought to be able to handle it at least. But I'm not gifted, Madison protested. I don't know how to do magic. She was torn so many different ways, she didn't even know how to strategize. Jason gripped her hands and played his best card. Look, Seth and Nick saw the painting you did, the hex painting. It put Seth down for days. He still hasn't fully recovered. That's why he's using flame. They thought maybe you'd sold out. That's why I came down here before. I was supposed to find out for sure. Madison flailed for an answer. I would never hurt Seth, she stammered, feeling like the worst kind of liar. He should know that. He does. He never bought the idea that you'd turned. But he needs your help now. The Dragonheart aside, you can help us when the Roses attack. Maybe you can disarm them like you did at Second Sister, if we handle it right. I can't. But maybe, after she gave the Dragonheart to Barber, she could somehow help them. She could make up for what she'd done, if they weren't already dead, if they'd even accept her help. Her plan was in a shambles now. There was no way she'd get in without Jason's help. She swallowed hard. The town is surrounded, you said. Can you get me in? He hesitated for a fraction of a second, then said, Yes. Guess we'd better get going along then, Madison said. Time's a-wastin'. A relieved smile broke onto Jason's face. Great, he said. Great. Could we take your truck? I kind of borrowed a car without asking. I'd rather not be driving around in it. Madison had planned to propose that she follow him in the truck so she could leave when she'd finished in Trinity. But there was a wired intensity in Jason's movements that told her this was non-negotiable. Oh, okay. She scooped up her keys from the table and slung the duffel bag over her shoulder. But he gripped her wrist and took the keys from her hand. I'll drive, he said. Chapter 33. Weir-Storm. Before dawn, the Roses woke the remaining residents of Trinity with a fusillade of magical projectiles, canisters of Ligfur, launched from atop the wizard barrier. They burst against the rebels' elaborate inner wall with bone-rattling force, drenching the territory between with wizard fire. Toxic smoke boiled up from the fires between the walls, bloodying the underbelly of the lowering clouds. Defenders toppled from the inner wall like rotten fruit, clutching their throats. The rebels answered with withering fire of their own, raking over the top of the outer wall, clearing it of wizards and weapons. Jessamine leaned forward, squinting into the murk, gripping the parapet. A tall, spare figure strode to the battlement at the front of the Barbican, over the rebel gate, ignoring the shells exploding all around him. Macaulay. Again. He raised both arms, and the smoke roiled back, away from the rebels, enveloping the Rose fortifications in a cloud of poison. Jess charged out of her bastion and attempted to drive the smoke back where it belonged, then dove for cover as a blast of fire slammed into the wall just beneath her. Peering over the edge, she surveyed the damage. A huge bite had been taken out of the smooth surface of the wizard wall, and great chunks of stone lay scattered on the ground beneath. Much more of that, and the wall would be porous as a sieve. How did he do it? Their barrier was built to withstand magical assault. That was the whole point. She stormed back along the wall, sweeping past the wizards flinging flaming Ligfur stones against the rebels from heavy cover. Send a patrol down to repair the wall immediately, she ordered. And kill Macaulay, she added, as an afterthought. Outside the gate, the army of the Roses sprawled across farm fields and littered the wooden groves. Wizards mostly, with a few sullen sorcerers stirring cauldrons of magically enhanced Ligfur. Others beat out throwing stars of glowing metal infused with deadly enchantments. D'Orsay's famous horde had been disappointing, to say the least. Jess couldn't help wondering if he was holding back, if he had a secret stash someplace. They'd been forced to use the weapons sparingly, more to inspire panic among the defenders than anything else. Some were delightfully horrible, like the glass spheres that broke open on impact, releasing hundreds of deadly Nadarkun vipers within the sanctuary. Or the Gleudream pipes, whose high-pitched music drove the defenders insane. Jessamine stopped to question her operatives at the gate. Still no sign of Haley. Out on the drilling field, Geoffrey Wiley struggled to bludgeon hordes of wizards into order. Wizards were not terribly good at teamwork. It hadn't been considered a virtue up to now. When he saw Jess, he broke off his harangue and turned the command over to a handsome young wizard in red rose garb. Hayes was his name, if she remembered right. I don't like this dual wall system, Wiley said, brushing ice from his shoulders. The latest Weir storm had overshot its mark a bit. We could be trapped in between and annihilated. We'd better take the outer wall down when the time comes to attack. Jessamine brushed away the suggestion. And have them scatter like quail and regroup somewhere else? I think not. We need to teach them a lesson. Besides, we can't risk the possibility of losing the Dragonheart. You're not the one who has to lead the charge through the gate against an unknown weapon. Jessamine twitched with irritation. Wiley had been chosen as commander because he'd attended West Point a century ago, and he looked the part, certainly being tall and commanding. But Wiley belonged to the wrong house. The second worst thing to losing the Dragonheart to the rebels would be to have it fall into the hands of the Red Rose. They're as good as they're going to be, Wiley persisted. If we're going to breach the walls, we should do it soon. Wiley tilted his head toward his magical army. If we keep this many wizards together much longer, they'll be killing each other. Why don't you assign troublemakers to repairing the wall? Macaulay is ripping holes in it. God knows how. Jess preferred to wait for Haley for a number of reasons. Anything could happen during a melee inside the fortress walls. Anyone could come up with the Dragonheart. Wiley, for instance. That would be a disaster. But she knew she couldn't stall much longer. Ellen couldn't help tensing and squinching her eyes shut as she heard the familiar whistle of incoming, followed by the boom of impact. Another one had gotten by her. She twisted round, gazing over the park and up Library Street. A column of ruddy flame and smoke rose from the town center. That one must have landed somewhere on the commons. There wasn't much left on the green to destroy, save a spectacularly ugly fountain that would no doubt survive the entire war. The Roses fired canisters of wizard fire that exploded into wildfires. Squads of sorcerers were kept busy all day and night putting out blazes, else the town would have long since burned to the ground. But some of the missiles were booby-trapped, spewing Yamund Bana, and worse, when approached by the fire teams. Those who weren't killed were disabled for days, and they couldn't afford the loss of a single hand. Ellen preferred to face her enemy sword to sword on the ground. This faceless assault from the air was unnerving. She took a deep breath and forced herself to look across the black abyss of no man's land to where spots of light moved like fireflies atop the wizard wall. Wizards readying the next onslaught. It was her third night in a row on the perimeter, and she was exhausted enough to make mistakes, but the work she and Jack did on the wall kept the bombardment somewhat in check. Across the way, one of the fireflies brightened, a wizard gathering power, preparing to fire. Ellen fished a throwing star from the pouch under her arm and sent it whistling off into the dark, then rolled sideways, banging her elbow into the wall as a blast of fire came toward her. Across the way, someone screamed. The firefly launched awkwardly from the wall, spiraling down into the darkness to be extinguished at the base of the wall. "Catch a falling star," Ellen muttered, blotting blood from her elbow and looking for another target. Off to her left, an enormous gout of flame and smoke signified that Seth was at work. Several times during the night he'd spun past her, the hot ripple of magic in his wake identifying him. He was constantly on the move, scouring the wizard wall clean of bombardiers, providing cover for the warrior patrols between the walls, blasting ruinous holes in the wizard wall opposite. Ellen and Jack and Iris Ballingame and some of the other wizards helped, but Ellen had to admit that so far it was Seth that kept the Roses at bay. They'd soon be forced to make repairs to their wall, which was beginning to resemble sinister black Swiss cheese. Let them try, Ellen thought, peering through the embrasure to the ground below, judging the firing distance to the base of the wall. They'd be ducks on a pond. Why don't they try to breach the walls, she thought. We're totally outnumbered. What are they waiting for? How long could this bombardment go on? How long would the Anawir stay on the sisters before the Roses became aware of them, before they ran out of food? A slight sound behind her caused her to swivel, gripping the hilt of her knife. "Whoa! Don't stab the messenger!" It was Fitch, still in his resistance garb. He shoved a parcel into her hands. More stars, and another midnight snack. The Weir had laid a scaffolding over their wall on the sanctuary side to allow the Anawir to navigate it. The wall itself was still invisible to them. Ellen ripped open the package of throwing stars and poured them into her pouch. "Tell Mercedes thanks," and turned back to her work. She wouldn't let another one past her, not if she could help it. Fitch put his hand on her arm. "Jack says he's got the wall, so take 10 to eat." Ellen looked down the curtain wall to where Jack must be. She missed his solid presence at her side. It would have been great to have him next to her, but this way, if her position was hit, only one of them would go down. Fighting always made her ravenous. She slid into a sitting position and unwrapped her dinner, resting it on her knees. Fitch held out a water bottle filled with green liquid. "What's this?" she asked, suspiciously, turning it in her hand. "Some kind of Powerade potion Mercedes whipped up." "No dope?" Ellen said, trying to hand the bottle back to Fitch. "I don't think it's dope exactly," Fitch said, with a what-do-I-know shrug. "Just like, an energy drink." She took an experimental sip, and then another. It tasted like fresh air in some unsullied part of the world. She drained half the bottle, set it down, and bit into her sandwich. Fitch still hung on the scaffolding and pulled out a digital camera. He took several photographs of Ellen. "You're photographing me eating my dinner?" She waved a chicken leg at him. "That's exciting. What for?" "Somebody has to do it," he said, gazing out at the fires beyond the walls, his face solemn and ruddy in the sanguineous light. "Like there was this photographer during the Civil War, Matthew Brady. He was assigned by the U.S. government to document the war." "Fitch, you are such a nerd." He said nothing. She finished the sandwich and wiped her mouth with the back of her hand. "You think we're going to lose, don't you?" "What makes you say that?" he said. Ellen noticed he didn't deny it. "Because the winners always write the history. You want to make sure something survives. Of us." He smiled at that, looking a little embarrassed. "Even if it's only digital." Chapter 34. Through Enemy Lines. It was that breathless hour before sunrise. Up on Booker Mountain, Maddie might be preparing for the breaking of light to the east, for the reliable hills shouldering forward out of the dark. But Maddie was not on Booker Mountain. She was creeping through the underbrush of Perry Park, following Jason Haley, wondering what kind of fool's errand she was on. For a city boy, he was sure-footed in the woods. Maddie had only to follow his illuminated form, like a cloud that had passed in front of the sun. Now, she could see lights bleeding through the trees up ahead. Jason paused, waiting for her to catch up. "Camps of the Rose armies," he whispered in her ear. Here, the underbrush thinned as they entered a decimated grove of old growth forest. Ancient oaks lay toppled. Wizards had knocked down trees, creating scattered clearings where they could raise their pavilions and post wards and guards against their brethren. A great bulking mass rose above the trees beyond the camps, blotting out the dying stars. "What is that?" Madison whispered, conscious of the surrounding wizards. "That's the wizard wall," Jason muttered. "I don't get it. Why can I see it?" She was familiar with weir nets, which captured the weir but were invisible to anyone else, the Anawir and Elicitors. Jason shook his head. "I was hoping you could just walk through it. It's not a weir net. It's a wizard wall. It's built by wizard magic, but constructed of stone, like any fortress. This complicates things. We'll have to go in through the gate, he said, glancing at her, then away. He'd been doing a lot of that slide-away looking lately. She said nothing, waiting for him to go on. So there's a chance we'll be caught. If that happens, can you just trust me? What? Her voice rose and Jason flinched, putting a finger to his lips to shush her. She continued in a hoarse whisper. What kind of a question is that? I'll get you through, I promise, but just play along, okay? Can you not ask questions? He actually looked embarrassed. Okay. And so they went on, Madison turning over what he'd said and wondering just what she'd committed herself to. The closer they got to the barrier, the more difficult it became to remain undiscovered. They had to stop 100 yards from the gate. Their cover was gone. Trees had been cleared close into the wall. Wizards massed around the gate, seemingly in preparation for imminent battle. Munitions masters passed out backpacks, armor, and supplies to the gathered troops. Flaming missiles arced overhead, disappearing behind the sanctuary wall. The ground shook as they struck their targets. Smoke and flame roiled into the sky. Trinity had been transformed into a fortress during her absence. She could feel the seductive pull of the Dragonheart from within the walls. Her own heart beat faster, fear and dread warring with excitement. Jason danced restlessly in place. We're running out of time. Guess we have to take the direct approach. He grabbed Madison's hand and bulldozed through the jostling crowds of wizard soldiers and support staff. In all the chaos and confusion, no one seemed to notice them until they were within a few paces of the gate. Then, half a dozen wizards in red rose livery stepped out of the crowd and surrounded them, shields fully raised. Madison drew closer to Jason, remembering what he'd said. Haley, it is you, the famous Dragonheart thief. The speaker, a tall, scarred wizard, looked vaguely familiar. Jason studied him a moment, as if debating the possibility of denying it, then nodded grudgingly. Wiley. Wiley grinned. This is a surprise. Wandering through enemy lines, are you? I knew you were foolhardy, but it seems you have a death wish. He glanced at Madison, then did a double take. I know you. You were the girl at Second Sister, with Macaulay. Madison blinked at him and opened her mouth to reply, then flinched in surprise as Jason draped an arm around her and pulled her in close. He gripped her chin and turned her face up, kissing her convincingly on the lips. Still holding her tight, he said, She's with me now. The Red Rose Wizards laughed, elbowing each other like high school boys, BSing under the bleachers. Maddie wanted to stomp on Jason's foot, wriggle free, and ask him what he thought he was doing, but the rigidity of his body was a warning. What do you mean? I thought she and Macaulay were going out, Wiley said. Were, Jason said, grinning. Madison bristled. They were talking about her in front of her like she was deaf or stupid. Her mood must have shown on her face because Jason looked at Madison and shook his head almost imperceptibly. Then turned back to Wiley. Anyway, great to catch up, but we've got to get going. Two of Wiley's companions took hold of Jason's arms. Oh, no, Wiley said, getting in Jason's face. You're both coming back with me. You're going to tell me all about the Dragonheart and what's happening in the sanctuary. He smiled savagely and patted Jason on the cheek. I'm really looking forward to our conversation. Jason jerked his head away. Didn't Dr. Longbranch tell you? Wiley's smile faded fast. What do you mean? Ask her, it's all arranged. She'll explain. Madison looked from Jason to Wiley. If it was a bluff, it was a good one. Wiley went white with anger. The hell I will. You're my prisoners and... Suddenly, they were surrounded by a full dozen White Rose Wizards. "Mr. Wiley, sir. Dr. Longbranch is waiting for these two," one of them said. There was nothing to do but be hustled along toward an elaborate peaked tent flying the banner of the White Rose. Wiley and his wizards trailed unhappily behind. Jason stared straight ahead, but kept a hard hold on Madison's elbow. Madison couldn't help looking back at the gate. What was Jason thinking? Did he really think he'd have better luck with Longbranch? Dr. Longbranch's tent was guarded by a dozen more wizards in White Rose garb. One of the guards disappeared inside. He returned and nodded to Jason and Madison. "You two, inside. The rest of you stay out here." Wiley watched sullenly as the guards ushered his prisoners in. Inside, it was as much like a palace as a tent can be. Fancy rugs were spread over the ground, and velvet and satin hangings draped the walls and curtained off a sleeping area on one side. At the other end of the tent, chairs were gathered around a conference table. Wizard lights cast long shadows. Soft music floated in, somehow countering the sounds of the battle at the wall, and incense burners obscured the reek of warfare. Madison just had time to take this all in before a tall witch woman swept toward them, the velvet hem of her gown sliding over the carpets. She had green eyes and a long fall of pitch-dark hair. Ignoring Jason, she gripped both of Madison's hands and looked into her eyes. Unlike most wizards, she seemed to have no fear of Maddie's touch, but was careful not to let any persuasion trickle through. "Madison," she said, "I'm so pleased you've come. I'm Jessamine Longbranch." Hello," Madison stammered, while her mind raced a mile a minute. "She knows who I am. She was expecting me." She glanced over at Jason, who was all stony-faced except for his eyes, which glittered in the wizard light. "I understand you're an artist," Longbranch continued. "Yes, ma'am," Madison said, reclaiming her hands. "I'm something of a patron of the arts myself. Perhaps I could make some introductions." "Well, sure," Madison said. "That'd be great." All of a sudden, everyone was interested in her art, because they had another agenda. "But first, we have to end this war," Longbranch continued. "So much bloodshed. So unnecessary." "You're getting ready to attack?" Jason asked. "We are," Dr. Longbranch nodded. "We were waiting for you." "Right," Jason said, squeezing Madison's arm. "A warning. So we'd better get going." Dr. Longbranch raised her hand to quash any notion of an imminent departure and turned to Madison. "The rebels won't surrender as long as they hold the Dragonheart. That's where you come in." She paused. "Jason says you can go into the sanctuary and bring it to us." It was like a punch to the gut. "What?" Madison looked from Jason to Dr. Longbranch. "Hey, Maddie, you know, the stone we talked about? Remember?" Jason said quickly, facing Madison and putting his hand on her shoulders, looking intently into her eyes. "All we have to do is bring it to Dr. Longbranch, and the war's over. We'll have more money than we'll ever need. We can go wherever you want. Paris, London, Bali. You can paint full-time. We can be together." And then he kissed her again, probably to quiet her mouth. Dr. Longbranch laughed. "You are a piece of work, Haley. Does Macaulay know you've stolen his girl?" Everybody's crazy, Madison thought, as Jason released her. "But it doesn't matter. I have to get into the sanctuary. And if this is the way to do it, well, she'd have to make it up as she went along. "Seth never had any time for me," she said, wishing for the 100th time she'd inherited the lying gene. "It's his own fault if someone comes along who knows how to treat a person." I sound like Mama, Madison thought, always trading the devil she knew for the one she didn't. "Right," Dr. Longbranch said, smiling. "It is his own fault." Should we go then? Jason asked, jumpy as always when he had to wait. Yes and no, Dr. Longbranch said. Madison will go and get the Dragonheart. Haley, you will stay here to make sure she comes back. What? Madison swung around and glared at the wizard. No way. I'm not going without Jason. She latched onto his arm, as if the two of them were soldered together. At a nod from Longbranch, 2 White Rose guards stepped out from the shadows and grabbed Jason's arms, pulling him free of Madison's grasp. Take him to our detention area and keep him close, she ordered. She turned back to Madison. My dear, be reasonable, Longbranch said. Go and get the Dragonheart and bring it to me. Your young sweetheart will be free in a trice, and you will come away with a fortune in walking around money. Refuse, and I'll kill him now. Go on, Madison, Jason said, giving her a shut-up kind of look. I'll be fine. The sooner you go, the sooner you'll be back. Just be sure you give the stone directly to me, Longbranch said. We don't want it falling into the wrong hands. Madison looked from Jason, who jerked his head toward the gate, signaling her to get moving, to Longbranch, whose cold, direct gaze said Jason would pay in blood for any kind of double-cross. One thing was clear. Jason Haley had been lying to her since the moment he set foot on her porch. Was he really plotting with the roses, or had he decided to sacrifice himself to get her into the sanctuary? Madison threw her arms around Jason's neck as if she couldn't face being parted from him, and whispered fiercely in his ear, You lying lunatic bastard. They're going to kill you. I love you too, he murmured. Go find Seth. Help him. She let go of him and turned and stalked toward the gate, flanked by a wedge of White Rose soldiers, oblivious to the chaos around her. It was a mess. An absolute total mess, since no matter what she did, she'd end up with blood on her hands, because there was no way she could bring the Dragonheart back to Jessamine Longbranch. Geoffrey Wiley watched as White Rose soldiers escorted the elicitor Madison Moss toward the gate, hands twitching as he fought back the impulse to incinerate them. Moments later, more of Longbranch's wizards hustled Jason Haley off the other way, toward the middle of the White Rose camp. The stench of betrayal was in the air, and it centered on Haley, the girl, and the Dragonheart. He could feel power building behind the walls, like a cataclysm in the making. What would happen if they breached the wall? Would they be vaporized, annihilated in an instant? Longbranch was up to something, and Wiley didn't plan on being the sacrificial lamb. He turned to his Red Rose captain, Bruce Hayes, who stood awaiting orders. How many wizards do we have? For the Red Rose, the officer considered, about 300, give or take a few infiltrators and spies for the other sides. Wiley smiled. 300 wizards was an army larger than any seen since the Wars of the Roses. Here's what we'll do. Collect the Red Rose wizards and get them to the gate. We're not waiting for Longbranch's signal. The White Rose can fight the rebels while we go after the girl and the Dragonheart. Longbranch's jailers didn't seem to consider Jason much of a threat. Though they clapped Sefa manacles around his wrists, they didn't bother to disable him or search him for heartstones before they hustled him between the tents. So, he figured if he was going to make a move, he'd better do it before they threw him in whatever dungeon Longbranch had contrived. He had a feeling it was the kind of place it'd be hard to get out of, but he didn't want to tip off Longbranch before Madison was well away. The camp had been emptied out, most of the soldiers having deployed to the wall in preparation for the upcoming assault. Just as Jason and his guards reached a secluded spot where he thought his escape might go unnoticed, the White Rose wizards on either side of him crumpled silently to the ground, and a band of Red Rose liveried wizards jerked him around and dragged him back the way they'd come. Jason felt like the freaking princess in a video game. "What's going on?" he demanded. "Wiley has some questions for you. Now shut up." As they neared the boundary of the camp, shouts erupted behind them. The White Rose had discovered that their prisoner was being stolen. The Red Rose wizards let go of Jason and turned to defend themselves. As the shields went up and charms began to fly, Jason left his captors behind and charged toward the gate. Chapter 35. A House Divided. Fitch peered down through the witch's brew of smoke and flame into no man's land, rubbed his eyes, and looked again. Yes, there was furtive movement at the outer gate, the shapes of several dozen figures crossing the open field. He wiped his sweaty hands on his jeans. Was this it? The assault they'd been waiting for? It wasn't exactly an army, but a few wizards could do a lot of damage. He squinted through his field glasses, picking out the White Rose emblem on several of the invaders. He turned, looking for Will, and saw that his friend had fallen asleep, leaning against the scaffolding at the end of the curtain wall. Fitch couldn't remember the last time they'd slept, other than accidentally. "Hey, Will," he said. "Wake up." Will instantly came awake, pulling hastily away from the wall. "What? I was just resting my eyes." "Go tell Jack. Something's going down." Fitch pointed off the wall with his chin. Will crept forward on his hands and knees and peered over the battlement, then scrambled backward like an oversized crab. Giving Fitch a thumbs up, he picked his way along the scaffolding and disappeared into the darkness. He could be amazingly quiet for a jock. Fitch resumed his surveillance, feeling like a member of the INS Border Patrol. He fished the remote out of his pocket and clutched it in one hand. He'd laid explosive devices all along the outer wall, in a modern-day version of the method medieval sappers used to undermine a fortification. The first party was midway across the field when another, larger group poured through the bad guy gate, following the first wave of White Rose wizards. From what he could see through his binoculars, this second group seemed to be Red Rose wizards. The White Rose advance party didn't notice them at first. When they did, they didn't seem happy about the reinforcements. After a moment's jostling confusion, half the group continued on, increasing their pace, while half hung back, turning to confront the oncoming army. When the two groups came together, wizard flame erupted all along the line. The roses were fighting each other. Fitch fingered the remote nervously. If this was the assault they'd been anticipating, it was showtime. But he didn't know what to make of the events on the ground. Seth had found a quiet place from which to monitor the boundary of the sanctuary in one of the many drum towers Mercedes had built into her elaborate wall. It was good to be enclosed in stone, since he tended to set things on fire otherwise. There, he hung silently, like a bat in a cave, his magical sonar lightly fingering the concentric walls of the inner fortress and the outer wizard wall, scouring the disputed space in between. He'd been on the wall for 3 straight days, putting out fires and creating conflagrations of his own. Conflagration. A perfect word for a perfect storm of death. His enemies vaporized like mosquitoes who'd blundered into a high power line. What time was it? He stood, stretching his overused muscles, massaging the base of his spine. He rubbed his grainy eyes and tried to spit out the awful taste in his mouth. Failing that, he pulled the flask from his pocket and washed it away with a long swallow of flame. He had no idea whether he was really addicted to the stuff or if pain and exhaustion had made it temporarily necessary. At one time, that distinction would have seemed important. If Mercedes wouldn't make it for him, there were plenty of sorcerers who would. They'd seen what he did on the wall. They knew he stood between them and hundreds of wizards, and they knew what would happen if he failed. The flame coursed through him, and he was okay again. Totally. In fact, he felt almost giddy, impervious. There was another perfect word. The world crowded in, and he welcomed it. Each tiny blade of grass and leaf of tree and power-crazed wizard. Once again, he felt embedded, connected. Somewhere behind him, the dragon heart throbbed like a toothache. His own heart seemed to keep time. He was the energy that connected and destroyed. He sensed the intruders before he saw them, felt the raw power of hundreds of wizards exploding through the wizard wall and streaming toward the sanctuary. Leaving the drum tower, Seth ghosted forward until he could look over the curtain wall. The sun had not yet crested the horizon, and no glimmer of dawn had penetrated between the walls. "I know you're down there," Seth thought, pushing back his sleeves. "Did you think I wouldn't notice?" He was primed, bristling with power. They'd be history before they ever made the wall. They came in two waves, the one rapidly overtaking the other. Flame erupted between the walls as they came together, a ragged line spewing a fume of ruddy smoke like lava hitting the cold sea. Wizards were fighting each other down below, but a handful of invaders came on, heading for the weir gate. Too close. Seth lifted his hands, meaning to send flame roaring into the group charging for the gate, and stopped, sensing a familiar tear in the fabric of magic, a memory. Instead, he launched a rippling arc of light into the sky. It illuminated an apocalyptic scene. Hundreds of wizards battled each other between the walls. Most bore emblems of the red or white rose. Near the gate, a small group of white rose wizards had stalled, stymied by the barricade, and amid them, Seth saw someone that stopped his heart. Madison. She was at the center, carried along by the flow of bodies like a chip of wood on a flood, buffeted and jostled by the wizards around her. Her hair glittered in the wizard light, twisting in the hot winds generated by the flames. Was she a prisoner? Hostage? Seth vaulted over the battlement, landing halfway down an interior staircase that led to the courtyard at the bottom. Then raced down the steps, his feet touching every third or fourth one. "Commander! Sir! Wake up!" Jack surfaced from sleep, wondering who the commander was and wishing he'd respond so he could go back to sleep, until he remembered that he was the commander. He sat up, banging his head on the bunk above. It was the first time he'd actually lain down in a bed in a week, and now... "Will's here!" It was Mick. The tall Irish warrior had been assigned to be his bodyguard. Will Childers pushed past Mick. "Jack, they're coming. They're attacking, or something. Hundreds of them, heading for the gate." Jack had yanked on his boots and was on his feet before Will finished speaking. "They're ready for you, Commander," Mick said. "Where's Stevenson?" "She's out there in the middle of it." "What's she doing?" Jack snatched up his baldric and strapped it in place. He pushed his way out of the tent and loped toward the gate, leaving Mick and Will to catch up as they might. The plan was there'd be no heroic sorties outside the wall, where their small numbers would put them at a disadvantage. Instead, they'd line the top of the weir wall and rain destruction down on any among the enemy brave enough to approach it. Ellen was the strategist. What was she thinking? They were waiting for him, his ghost warriors. They'd trained for months for this moment. Somewhere out there in the dark were Ellen and her 100, against hordes of wizards pouring into the gap. Why would she leave the relative safety of the sanctuary and wade into an unwinnable battle? "They're already hard at it, sir," Brooks said, scraping his hair into a ratty-looking queue and tying it off with a strip of leather. "It's a melee." Outside the weir wall, Jack could hear the thud of bodies colliding and the cries of the wounded. It seemed like a lot of noise, even given the fact that Ellen was involved. Why'd she go out there? Jack demanded. Why didn't you stop her? Brooks spat on the ground. Have you ever tried to stop Captain Stevenson from anything? She was looking off the wall, and she seen something out there, and went out after it. The others followed. He paused. We need to go after her, I reckon. She wouldn't go out there without good reason. It was what Jack wanted to hear. He tried to close his mind to the possibility that he was putting his warriors in danger in order to save Ellen's life. All right, I'm going out after Captain Stevenson. If anyone wants to come with me, they're welcome. But it looks like a bloodbath out there. His warriors crowded forward. All of them. Well, Jack tried to swallow down the lump in his throat. At least half of you need to stay here and hold the walls. In the end, he had to force them to count off. Brooks was selected to stay behind, but he called in a gambling debt and joined Jack in the Barbican. Let's go. Jack and his 50 passed through the long tunnel of the gate, under Mercedes's murder holes, and waded into chaos. Visually, it was a sea of bodies, some jammed so closely together it was impossible to swing a blade, let alone tell friend from foe. Other twosomes danced and dueled, as oblivious to the battle raging about them as if they were all alone on the practice field. Wizard on wizard, warrior on wizard, but no warriors on warriors, since none were fighting for the other side. Flames spiraled into the sky and roared along the ground like a seriously malfunctioning fireworks show. Some of the fighters were clearly marked with emblems of the red or white rose, yet they seemed to be doing their best to kill one another, which was a blessing, because otherwise it would already be over. All around, Jack heard the meaty thwack of metal against flesh, the explosion of air as blows hit home, the polyphonic roars of his fellow warriors. Then he was engulfed by the fighting, and gave himself up to it for a while, using Shadow Slayer to create a path ahead. He was still looking for Ellen. He heard a distinctive yodeling war cry, and turned to see Brooks, standing alone atop a small hill, bleeding from a number of wounds, armed with shield and his trademark tomahawk, under attack by 4 wizards. Bodies were scattered all around his feet, and Jack wondered how many were theirs. Brooks was losing strength. He parried the wizards' assaults clumsily, staggering from stance to stance as the wizards closed in, smelling blood. No doubt he would have been down already, but they wanted to take him alive. Jack was still 100 yards away when a bolt of wizard flame hit home, striking Brooks in the chest, bringing him to his knees. The wizards charged, and Brooks raised his axe with both hands, spewing 18th century oaths and insults, probably hoping he could goad them into killing him outright. Jack fished in a pouch slung across his chest and came up with a throwing star, something from Raven's Gill. He had no idea what it might do. Desperately, he sidearmed it at the wizards bearing down on Brooks. It scissored into their midst, and 2 of them went down shrieking. Jack parried several blasts of flame, and then he was into them, sweeping his blade from side to side, driving the wizards back. Hot blood spattered his face and hands. Someone stepped hard on his foot and actually muttered, "Sorry." Brooks writhed on the ground, still trying to stick the wizard leaning over him. Jack heard an immobilization charm uncoiling, as if in slow motion, and he shouldered into the source, slashing blindly with his belt knife. The wizard fell. Jack knelt next to Brooks in one of those tiny bubbles of time that probably last a half second, but seem to go on forever. "Come on, Brooks. Up. Let's get you to Mercedes." Blood dribbled from the warrior's mouth. "I'm done, Jack. But I took 10 of the bloody bastards with me, and that's something." He gripped Jack's hand, as if looking for confirmation. Jack could only nod. "All the tournaments I won, all the poor warriors I put down, not half so satisfying." Jack could scarcely speak. "Up you go," he whispered, brushing away tears with his gauntlet. Quit malingering. Tell the girl, when you find her. She has talent. Brooks gasped. She's a fine fighter. Always was. And the warrior closed his eyes. Jack remembered a sunny morning in Cumbria, Brooks charging at him across the grass, beaded hair flying, his moccasins wet with the dew, a tomahawk in each hand. More alive than any ghost had a right to be. He stood, looked around. The center of the battle had moved 100 yards off. Ellen. He had to find her. He cut a path through the mayhem, swinging his sword with deadly efficiency. Eventually, he extracted himself long enough to note a clutch of white rose wizards hard by the gate, seemingly in a furious pitched battle against some red rose wizards. And in the midst of it all, he spotted Ellen and what was left of her patrol. Maybe 20 bloodied warriors fighting for their lives. Ellen was her usual army of one, laying about her with Waymaker, smashing blows aside with her shield, rallying her depleted troops, making life miserable for anyone who came within her reach. Jack bowled his way toward them, wondering why warriors would insert themselves into a battle among enemy wizards. Then he saw someone familiar among the white rose wizards against the wall. Her studded denim jacket splattered with blood, blue eyes wide with fright. She was secured behind a phalanx of wizards and warriors. Madison? So focused were the Red Rose attackers on their intended that Jack cut down a half-dozen before they noticed he was there. Even when he could no longer be ignored, only a few wizards turned to deal with him, while the majority continued their relentless assault against the White Rose. They cut down one of the wizard defenders and stepped through the gap, only to be driven back by Ellen's fierce counterattack. They're after Madison, Jack thought, his mind grappling sluggishly with the evidence before him, and the White Rose is defending her? Perhaps the Red Rose had been instructed to take her alive, or maybe they were well aware of the consequences of attacking Madison with magic. For whatever reason, they were all doing their best to kill everyone around her while leaving her untouched. Wizards poured onto the field in a seemingly unending supply. There were wizards behind them, wizards on all sides, red and white rose wizards, unlabeled wizards. It was as if all the repressed fury of the past centuries had been unleashed in this single battle. If there hadn't been so much confusion on the field, Jack would have been dead long before he ever got close to Ellen. One by one, the small party of White Rose wizards was eliminated, until it was just Ellen, standing between the Red Rose and Madison Moss. She was already bleeding from several wounds, but she wore that familiar, stubborn, "try me" expression as she faced down a half-dozen wizards. She reached back behind and extended a dagger to Madison, hilt first. Jack's throwing star caught one of the wizards behind the left ear, and he pitched forward. Ellen's sword took out another. Now it was 4-1. Even odds where Ellen was concerned. She looked up at Jack, scowling through the blood and dirt on her face. "Will you tell them to open up the bloody gate long enough to poke her through?" Jack realized that she'd been maneuvering closer to the weir gate, and now it was just behind them. But the defenders would never open it with hundreds of wizards just outside. They'd have no idea who Madison was. "Mick, go tell them to open the gate." He jerked his head, directing the warrior that way. Then, jostling past several wizards, Jack took his place by Ellen's left side, where his southpaw swordplay would cover her non-dominant side. He could tell she was injured by the way she moved, and her tunic was stained dark with sweat or blood, he couldn't tell. "Take Madison in," he suggested. "You're all beat up." She shook her head and drew herself up. Jack caught movement out of the corner of his eye and turned. A wizard had somehow slipped in behind them and was closing on Madison, who was trying to hold him off with Ellen's dagger. It was young Devereaux d'Orsay. "Devereaux, come away from there. A tall wizard sprinted toward them, trying to get between the two warriors and the boy, Claude d'Orsay. While Madison was distracted by d'Orsay, Devereaux made a grab for her. Jack took 2 steps, but Ellen was there ahead of him. "Hey!" She shouldered the young wizard out of the way. The boy turned, grinned, raised his hands, too close to miss. "No!" It was like one of those dreams where you're frozen, unable to run. Only a few yards divided them, but Jack couldn't cross the distance in time. Flame rippled from Devereaux's hands and slammed into Ellen, lifting her off her feet before she toppled backward onto the ground. "That's one," the boy crowed, then reached toward Jack, a greedy smile on his baby face, his pale eyes alive with delight behind round glasses. "Who would have known that warriors die so easily?" Shadow Slayer ended it. The boy died with a smile on his face. Someone screamed. "Devereaux!" Jack turned. It was Claude d'Orsay, his face twisted in grief and rage. It was the icy master of the games as Jack had never seen him. "You killed him. You cross-whelped barbarian. You've killed my son." d'Orsay came grimly forward, driving a vast wall of flame across the battlefield toward Jack, apparently unconcerned who else he incinerated as long as Jack was numbered among them. Jack stepped in front of Ellen's prone body, knowing there was no way he could stop what was coming. He raised Shadow Slayer, said a prayer. d'Orsay was so focused on his intended victim that he didn't see the person that materialized behind him. Jack blinked in disbelief. It was Jason Haley, with a dagger in his manacled hands. Jason charged into d'Orsay, knocking him off his feet. They rolled across the ground, trailing a wake of flame. Jason came up on top. He gripped the hilt of the dagger with both hands and drove it home. d'Orsay screamed, a high, keening note, then sent flame ripping into Jason, nearly cutting him in 2. d'Orsay pushed Jason's body aside, tried to rise, then fell flat on his face and lay still. The onrushing flames hesitated, piling higher and higher like a giant breaker hitting a reef, then collapsed and dissipated. d'Orsay was dead. "Jason!" Madison screamed, and tried to push past Jack to where Jason lay next to d'Orsay. Jack threw out a gauntleted arm, blocking her path, and thrust her behind him. "No, please, Madison." Ellen lay where she'd fallen, but Jack could not get to her. Wizards kept coming after Madison and dying on Jack's sword as fast as they came. Mick shouted at them from the weir wall gate, gesturing at them to come ahead, but there was a sea of wizards between them. Madison stood frozen, eyes closed, fists clenched, as if to shut out the horror all around. Jack saw movement on the battlefield, a kind of rippling as if a snake were furrowing through the tall grass of humanity. It was Seth, all smoky-eyed and dripping power, clearing the path to the gate. Ignoring the enemy wizards who did their best to kill him, he gripped Madison's hands, leaning close and speaking into her ear. Wrapping his arm around her shoulders, he turned her toward the gate. He looked back at Jack. "Come on, Jack, leave it. Bring Ellen." Jack's throat was raw with grief and smoke. "Seth, Jason's down," he pointed. "Jason?" Seth's head came up and he went very still. "But he isn't even—" He turned and handed Madison off to Mick. "Take her in for me, now." Madison screamed and tried to twist free and return to where Jason lay, but Mick picked her up and carried her toward the gate. Seth went and stood over Jason, head bowed, like a great black bird with drooping wings. Crossing himself, he removed his coat and wrapped his friend in it. He squatted, rolled Jason into his arms, and stood. He looked back at Jack, his eyes like great bruises in his pale face. "Let's go." And he walked toward the gate, back straight, shrugging off 100 flaming attacks from the roses. Wizards swarmed into the gap behind him. Jack knew there was no way he could carry Ellen and keep Shadowslayer in play. He'd be down before he went a dozen yards. But he had to try. Mick had just reached the gate with Madison. Jack saw someone slip through the narrow opening and run toward him, nimbly dodging bodies and debris. A small wizard, but powerfully lit, in a pink sweater and blue jeans. Flame erupted from her fingertips, roaring convincingly across the field into the phalanx of roses that threatened to engulf Jack. The charge faltered, slid back. She came up beside him. It was Alicia Ann Middleton. She sent a concussion of air into the oncoming wizards, bowling them back like 10 pins, and put up a barrier to turn their fire. "Jackson, are you going to take her in or what?" Her voice broke over the words, and she blinked back tears. Jack thrust Shadowslayer into his baldric, inclined his head to Alicia, then knelt and slid his arms under Ellen, and stood cradling her close, breathing her in. Her clothes still smoked from the wizard's assault, but to him, she always smelled of flowers. He walked toward the gate, with Leisha covering him. This was the scene he'd seen in the mirror, all those many times. He was the last warrior standing, carrying his fallen comrade. Chapter 36. The Dragonheart. They passed under the vaulted stone ceiling of the gate, and Madison wondered why she could see it. It was a weirweb, and if so, it didn't make sense. The world spun like a kaleidoscope as Mick carried Madison through the trees. An icy mist hung waist deep, swirling as they passed through it. The sun was just clearing the horizon. It was like a dream sequence in a play Madison had seen once. A nightmare. Jason was dead, because of her. Mick's steel grip relaxed a bit when she finally stopped struggling. Her entire body tingled, thrummed with power. The source of it lay somewhere ahead, within the sanctuary. The Dragonheart, far more powerful than she remembered. Seth smoldered behind her, and to the right, impossibly brilliant through tear-smeared eyes. Strangely intensified. She remembered what Jason had said. He's been using wizard flame. The healers had set up a triage center in one of the pavilions in the park, where they received casualties. Mercedes met them at the door, somehow forewarned of tragedy. There was a hurried conference, and then Jack and Seth followed her inside, carrying Jason and Ellen. They laid them on cots in the center of the room. Mick finally set Madison down just inside the door, keeping one arm around her. Madison didn't know whether this was to prevent flight or prevent her collapsing on the stone floor. She shuddered, her body shaking with great silent sobs, while Mick awkwardly patted her back and soothed her in Gaelic. Leisha stood a little way off, pale as paper, eyes fixed on Jason's body. "Where are the rest?" Madison whispered, trying to collect herself, gesturing toward the makeshift hospital. For all the bloodshed outside, there weren't many patients. Mick shook his head. "Either they're dead, or they've been healed and went back to fight," he said. If ghost warriors are killed, can they come back?" He shook his head again. "Not if they're done in by wizards." As they watched, Mercedes bent over Jason, laying her hands on his body. She closed her eyes and remained that way for a long moment, her tears falling onto Seth's cloak. "You be at peace now, boy," she said. Then she straightened and turned toward Ellen. As soon as Mercedes moved away, Leisha crossed to Jason's bedside and freed his hands from their bindings. Still holding his hands, she leaned down and kissed him on the lips, while tears streamed down her cheeks. Jack and Seth came toward Madison and Mick. "I'd better go back," Jack said gruffly. "They'll need me at the wall. I think we lost half our warriors in that." His voice trailed off. "I should go too," Seth said. "But—" He looked at Madison, as if he had no idea what to do with her. "You all stay. I'll go to the wall." They all turned to look at Leisha, who was suddenly back with them, her face streaked with mascara. "I mean, we're so going to lose anyway. You two can stay here long enough to get some news." She took Mick's arm. "Come on, Mick. Let's go fight somebody in a lost cause. I'm tired of being on the winning side." Mick and Leisha set off for the wall, back to the work that wouldn't wait. The rest of them collected around a picnic table outside the pavilion. Jack couldn't stay still. He paced back and forth, looking as pale and bleak as Madison had ever seen him. Seth stared straight ahead, his lean, muscular body extended, his long hands clasped in front of him. His tumbled hair softened the hard architecture of his face and shadowed his eyes. Madison's fingers twitched. She longed to paint him like this, to somehow preserve what would soon be lost to her forever. He'll never forgive me for what I'm about to do. And then, without looking at her, Seth asked the questions Madison had been dreading. "What happened, Madison? What are you doing here? How did you get through the wizard gate?" His voice tremored slightly, reminding her that he was just 17. She'd been working over what to say, but still, she stumbled. Jason came to see me on Booker Mountain. He said you hadn't been able to get near the Dragonheart, and thought I might be able to help, so he brought me back up here." "I told him not to get you involved," Seth said, brushing his hand over his face, as if he could wipe away pain. "We were caught trying to get through the lines. He told them that if they let me go, I could bring them the Dragonheart. So they sent me through the gate with some wizards as escorts, and kept him behind as a hostage. He must have got away." The roses were fighting each other. Seth glanced up at her quickly, then away. "That witch woman, Dr. Longbranch, said I should bring the Dragonheart to her. Some other wizards came after us. I guess they wanted it for themselves." Seth nodded, swallowed hard. "Jack, what happened to Ellen and Jason?" With a few spare words, Jack explained what had happened to Ellen and Devereaux D'Orsay. "Then D'Orsay went berserk. He would have killed me, but suddenly Jason was there. He nailed D'Orsay and saved my life, but D'Orsay—" His voice trailed off. "So D'Orsay's dead too," Seth murmured. The sounds of battle came to them, carrying through the still morning air. Flames arced up over the trees. "Not that it'll do us much good." He looked tired, worn down, suddenly shaky. He slid his hand inside his shirt and pulled out a bottle, making no attempt to hide it. He uncorked it with his teeth, took a swallow, shuddered. Madison took a deep breath. "Maybe if I saw the Dragonheart, I could see if it could help us somehow." She intentionally kept her eyes averted. "All right," Seth said wearily. "It's worth a try, I guess. But we'd better hurry. I have to get back." "If it's still at the church, I could go on my own," she offered, hoping he'd accept. Will Childers burst into the clearing, breathless from running. "Where's Ellen?" he demanded. "I heard she was hurt." Jack looked up at him, then back at his boots, pressing his lips together. Will sat beside him, put his hand on his shoulder. "The Roses have started a full-scale attack on the wall," Will said. "Fitch is on his way. He's coming after he blows up some wizards." This brought a faint smile from Jack. Just then Mercedes emerged from the pavilion, her expression grave. Everyone turned toward her. Jack remained seated, as if he thought he should take her message sitting down. "Ellen's alive," she said, and a kind of whoosh went out of them, like they'd been holding their breath. "But she's in bad shape. I suspect a wizard graph, like Barbara used on Jason, but it's layered over with charms, so it's hard to diagnose or treat. I can't even find the entry point. It's like it keeps shifting. Diabolical. She needs to be churched." "What?" Madison blinked at her. "We'll take her to St. Catherine's. The overlay charms are superficial. Hopefully they'll fade away in a consecrated church, and we can see what's what." She turned to Jack. "Can you and Will bring her?" "We'll all go," Seth said, glancing at Madison. "The Dragonheart is there." "But what about the wall?" Madison stammered. Shouldn't you?" She preferred that as few people as possible come to the church. Seth's hand on her shoulder directed her out of the pavilion. His green eyes were bleak. "If we can't use the Dragonheart, we'll lose anyway. Whatever I do." Jason called it. He knew the Dragonheart was our only chance. That's why he brought you here. And now, Madison was going to betray Jason, along with everyone else. The procession to St. Catherine's had the cadence and demeanor of a funeral march, each participant a prisoner of his own thoughts. Jack and Will carried Ellen on a stretcher. Fitch joined them somewhere along the way, fading in from a side street as if he were a ghost himself. A lot had changed since Christmas. Trinity was like a familiar painting in which major features had been daubed over badly. The areas closest to the weir wall were the most intact. The angle of fire made it difficult for the roses to hit them from outside the walls. There, the streets were eerily the same, except no children played in the yards and playgrounds, no shopkeepers swept leaves from their sidewalks, no high schoolers flirted on street corners or waited for rides in front of Corcoran's. No fire trucks screamed by to tend the blazes that smoked all over town. Madison imagined the people of Trinity being led, lemming-like, under the lake. The town center looked like pictures she'd seen of bombed-out European capitals from the last World War. Although the stone buildings of the college resisted burning, they'd been heavily damaged by smoke and explosions. The picturesque square was scorched and pitted with craters, the ancient oaks, splintered and charred, denuded of leaves. Sorcerer cleanup crews shoveled rubble from the street and applied magical patches to broken water mains. Seth had been remade, too, in Madison's absence. People made way for him on the streets and put their heads together, whispering once he'd passed, like he was a celebrity or a saint. Seth seemed oblivious to them, as if the real business of the day was going on in his head. Sometimes he flinched and sucked in a breath, his eyes going wide as if reacting to some private pain. "Are you okay?" she asked, then thought, stupid, really stupid. He hesitated, as if debating how much to share. "I feel it every time somebody dies," he said finally. She shuddered. "Can't you shield yourself somehow?" "Not if I want to know what's going on." She was glad he couldn't reach into her mind, glad her own thoughts were private. She had to focus on the way ahead or lose her nerve. They turned up Maple, heading for the lake. She could feel the Dragonheart dead ahead, warming her, as if she'd turned toward the sun in some tropical place. Seth said little, but directed her mostly by the burn of his hand on her elbow. At least the hex magic inside her seemed totally gone. Not that it mattered anymore. They reached St. Catherine's. The ghost warriors who guarded the door had already heard about Ellen. They removed their various period headgear and stood silently as the solemn group entered. Jack and Will carried her up through the nave and into a side chapel, where they laid her on the altar like a corpse on a bier. Ellen lay, still and cold, wearing the mute evidence of battle, scrapes and smudges on her face and arms. Mercedes ran her capable hands over Ellen's body. They stopped just above her waist. Ah, here we go. That's where it went in. Jack stood at the head of the altar, holding Ellen's hand and speaking to her in a low voice. Will and Fitch lingered in the entry of the chapel, so they weren't in the way as Mercedes bent over Ellen. "Mercedes," Madison said diffidently, touching her arm. "Maybe I can do something." The healer glanced up in surprise, hesitated, then stepped back. "Be my guest, girl." Here it is, Madison thought. A tiny gesture to set against a huge betrayal. She slid her hands under Ellen's jacket, pressed the tips of her fingers into Ellen's skin, and felt the malevolent heat of the curse. Madison drew on it, sucking the dark magic into the hollow that always existed inside of her. It was a small curse next to Lester's, but deadly, all the same. Ellen's body went rigid, bucking under Madison's hands. She cried out, and her eyelids fluttered. When Madison could no longer feel the heat beneath her fingers, she drew her hands back and shrugged. Ellen's face was shiny with sweat, contorted in pain. She lay restlessly now, moaning, taking quick, shallow breaths. Her helmet of hair shone in the light from the candles that stood in tall sconces to either side. "She's fighting now," the sorcerer said, looking more hopeful than before. "That's good." "Madison, let's go downstairs," Seth said, turning away abruptly. They paused at the top of the narrow stairway so that Seth could disable the magical traps that he'd put in place. Then they descended the uneven steps to the crypt. Seth kindled a row of tall beeswax candles that had replaced the electric lights. Electricity came fitfully from a generator now, and it was a precious commodity. The flames flickered in the draft from the stairwell, alternately concealing and revealing the names on the occupied crypts. In contrast to the dimly lit corridor, the niche at the end of the row was brightly illuminated. A hunched figure sat on the floor next to it, wrapped in a shawl, seeming asleep. "Nick?" Seth whispered. The old man raised his head at their approach. Madison was stunned at how much, and how badly, Nick had aged in the time she'd been gone. He'd morphed from a vibrant old man of indeterminate age to someone who looked like he'd outlived the most ancient of the patriarchs. Still, why was he here and not out on the battlefield? "Ah," Nick nodded, as if they were expected. "You've come." Seth looked a little confused himself. Ellen, Jack, and the others are upstairs. Ellen's hurt. Madison came to see if she could do something with the Dragonheart." "Yes, of course," Nick smiled, as if Madison were the answer to a prayer. "My dear, I'm so glad you're here." But Seth still hesitated. "Nick, you all right?" Snowbeard closed his eyes as if too weary to hold them open. "Yes, I believe all will be well now that you've come." Maybe the old man was losing it. Madison glanced at Seth, then back at Nick, receiving no guidance from either. "Okay, then. I guess I'll just see." Cautiously, she approached the niche. Who knew what the rules were here? Slitting her eyes against the light, she stepped inside. The stone was brighter, more alive than when she'd last seen it. Flame and color swirled beneath its crystalline surface, casting moving shadows on the walls, so she had the feeling of floating underwater. It was very much like standing next to a hot coal stove, only there was something else, something beyond heat, some other challenge to be met. It brushed her consciousness like a feather, a certain skepticism. She extended her hand, then jerked it back when someone spoke. "Careful," Seth said from the doorway. "It blistered my hand when I tried to touch it." Madison swallowed hard. She wrapped her jacket around her hand and extended it again, gritting her teeth, half expecting to be flamed alive. A weapon, they called it, more powerful than any ever seen before. She dropped the jacket over the stone, slid her hands underneath, wrapped the cloth around it, and lifted it from its stand like it was an egg that might break. Nothing happened. Except she felt dizzy and overheated, confused and conflicted. A voice whispered in her head, but it was too faint to make out the words. At least the stone didn't explode. She turned toward Seth, who stood watching her, a puzzled frown on his face. "So?" he said. "Anything?" "Maybe," she said, swaying a little. Somehow she needed to get the stone out of the church. "Only, I'm a little woozy. I need to get out into the air." Madison pushed past him, protecting the stone with her body. As she emerged from the niche, Nick looked up from his seat on the floor. "Unwrap the stone, Madison," he said sharply. "Take it in your hands." "Y'all just wait here. I'll be back in a minute." She stumbled for the stairs, thrusting the jacket with the dragon heart into her backpack. "Madison!" She was nearly at the top of the stairs when she heard Seth's quick footsteps behind her. She put on speed. To the landing through the door, and out into the sanctuary. Past the side chapel where Will and Fitch hovered in the entryway, their pale, startled faces turned toward her. She heard Seth behind her, and broke into a flat-out run up the aisle. There was no way she'd outrun those long legs from dead even, but his confusion had given her a head start. She clutched the backpack close, worried about jostling it, and reached the double doors at the front 30 feet ahead of Seth. Then ran smack into Jack Swift, which was a lot like running into a brick wall. "Hey!" He took hold of her shoulders to keep her from bouncing back onto her rear. "Madison? What happened? Where are you going in such a hurry?" She tried to twist free and slip past him, but Seth shouted, "Grab her, Jack!" And then it should have been hopeless, but she kneed Jack hard, like Carlene had taught her, and he was so startled he let go, but he was still blocking the door. She ran down the side aisle. It dead-ended into a small chapel, but there were stairs leading up, so she climbed them, knowing she was probably heading into another blind alley. They led out onto the balcony, and she ran across, hoping to slip down the other side. She met Seth coming up, and Jack was behind her, so she ran to the railing and dangled the backpack over the stone floor of the sanctuary, far below. Seth came from the right, Jack from the left. "You get back or I'll drop it," she warned, giving the backpack a shake. "Madison?" Seth halted a few feet away, his dark brows drawn together. "What's going on? What are you doing?" "I need the dragon heart," she said. "Go away and leave me be." "Don't drop it," Seth said soothingly. "It might break. Or explode." He resumed his careful approach. Madison seized the top rail and climbed over, clinging to the outside. "You come near me, I'll jump. I mean it. I don't care what happens to me." Jack and Seth both halted again. "Does this have to do with the roses?" Seth asked, reaching for some explanation for her bizarre behavior. "Do you think you can buy them off with the dragon heart?" "You can't give it to them," Jack put in. "You can't trust them. They'll kill us." "It's not about the roses." She couldn't seem to control her breathing. It came in great shuddering gasps. "Then what's this all about?" Seth asked, clearly clueless. It's about Grace and John Robert. Warren Barber has them. He'll kill them if I don't bring him the dragon heart." Understanding flooded into Seth's face. "Maddie, I'm so sorry." "Well, sorry won't do any good. I am not going to lose them. Do you hear me?" "You can't give Barber the dragon heart. You must know that. I'm going to do whatever it takes to get them back." "That won't get them back. Please, Maddie, let us try to help. You have a whole town to save, and all the underguilds. Grace and JR can't be your priorities, but they're mine. And somehow, Jack leaped across the space between them and tried to grab hold of her backpack. She let go of the railing and clutched the backpack to her, and she was falling. And then, Seth's hot hands grabbed her wrists and yanked her up over the railing with inhuman strength, and they were all three rolling on the floor, fighting for the backpack. Jack or Seth or someone nearly wrestled it away, but she got the backpack half unzipped and plunged her hand inside, groping for the stone, knowing it was now or never. The jacket slid away, and she felt its smooth surface under her fingers. She pulled it out, clutched it to her chest, and backed away, vaguely aware of the staircase behind her. "I'm warning you. Stay away." They came at her from two directions, the sound of their breathing competing with the drumbeat of her heart. Something exploded just outside. The building shuddered, plaster cracking and sifting down from the ceiling, the great chandeliers swaying uneasily. She turned and leaped down the stairs, rammed into the wall at the turning, and fell down the last few steps. She sprawled out onto the floor of the sanctuary, curling herself around the stone to protect it. She lay on her back, unable to move. The stone between her hands flared and pulsed, the light penetrating skin and flesh, revealing the bones beneath, like the visible woman in the science lab back home. She blinked and squinted against a brilliance that flooded the nave, driving the shadows from the uppermost vaults. From far away, someone was shouting, "Madison!" a name that seemed familiar. The stone under her fingers became more malleable, and the hard surface dissolving like sponge sugar. Power slammed into her like Min's medicinal apple brandy, rendering her drunk and helpless, the room spinning until she thought she might be sick. An unquenchable flame burned at her center and rippled under her skin, threatening to split it open. Someone was screaming, and she realized it was her. The stone was aflame between her hands, and then it was gone, wicked into her body until she was lit from within. She remembered something Hastings had said. Elicitors draw all kinds of magic. From somewhere close at hand, the sounds of battle intruded. The roses must be inside the walls. There was no getting away now. She'd destroyed her only hope of saving Grace and JR. She wished the flame at her core would just burn her up so that nothing remained but ashes. Pressing her hot palms against the cool floor, Madison sat up, scooting back until she leaned against the wooden pew. She illuminated the entire sanctuary, driving out shadows like the rising sun. "It's gone," she said, hopelessly. Tears sizzled on her cheeks, evaporating as soon as they emerged. "Not gone," someone said. Madison raised her head. Snowbeard shuffled up the aisle, gripping the pews on either side. A smaller man than she remembered, his lined face brutally revealed in the bright nave, the heat within her fractured and split. She retreated without a fight, shoved aside by another presence under her skin. "Madison," Seth whispered. Jack came up behind him, and they walked toward her, as one might approach an explosive device or a demon. Will and Fitch followed at a discreet distance, no doubt drawn by the noise of the chase. Mercedes stood frozen in the doorway of the side chapel, unwilling to leave her patient. The stranger within her stirred, seizing control of her body. Madison gracefully levered herself to her feet, seeming to extend herself as she did so, until she towered over them all. Her arms trailed light, resembling wings. Her skin reflected light like glittering scales, and her eyes changed. Her pupils became vertical slits. She was beautiful and dreadful, and somehow no longer Madison Moss. "No." Seth looked up at her, eyes wide and horrified. "Please, Maddie." A powerful intellect pressed against her. A rush of memory and emotion, sorrow and pain overwhelmed her, punching into her mind like a sword through paper. She was with the lady. She was the lady. She reverberated from one to the other. She was a dragon, armored in shimmering plates of ruby, emerald, and gold, her long, narrow head questing toward Seth and the others, her glittering wings folded tight against her body to avoid colliding with the walls of the church. Another shift, and she was Madison again. Sort of. The lady's memories claimed her, and she looked through dragon eyes. The church retreated, was replaced by rugged green landscape studded with rocky outcroppings. Nicodemus Snowbeard had changed, morphed into a much younger man, handsome, beardless, with black raptor eyes and hair Jack's red-gold color. Seth and the others stood in a circle, frozen like standing stones, hemmed in and overwhelmed by the lady's will. Madison looked down at them from a great height. She extended her long neck toward them, and they shrank back, afraid. "Demas," the lady spoke through Madison. "Nicodemus Hawk." Her voice rang out among the peaks so startlingly loud that birds exploded from the trees. This younger Nick fell to one knee, bowing his head. He was dressed expensively, in fine leather and silk, the cut of his clothes revealing a soldier's build. "My lady, Aiden Ladra." "Nick," Jack said, his hand on the hilt of his sword. But Nicodemus Hawk Snowbeard raised his hand and shook his head. There was something in Demas's face that might have been hope. The lady's memories rolled through Madison's mind like bright pebbles in a stream, while Madison cowered in the corner. "You betrayed me," the Lady Aiden said. Demas's forehead touched the ground. "Yes, my lady." He changed again, reverted to the familiar old man with the white beard, but the eyes, they were the same. "I've slept away the years," she said, sounding slightly amazed, "while you've grown old." He did not flinch. "Yes, my lady. It's been over 1,000 years. They call me Snowbeard now." "That's fitting, old man," she said sardonically. "Have you grown wiser as well as older?" Demas flinched. "One hopes, my lady." "Why did you dig me out of the mountain?" "You promised to intervene if we broke the covenant." "I promised nothing. The covenant was your creation, not mine. Your lies, not mine." Nick raised his hands, palms up in supplication. "The covenant stopped the wizard wars, for a time." Madison, Lady Aiden, yawned, spewing flames all the way to the end of the valley. "Kill each other off for all I care. The world will be better for it." "We need your help," Nick persisted. "Then be creative. Use my name if you want. You have been for years. I'm going back to sleep. I've had the most wonderful dreams." She closed her eyes, as if meaning to retreat to that place of dreams and leave Madison behind. "I've made mistakes." The eyes came open. She studied him dispassionately. "Perhaps you are wiser. You were arrogant before. But really, was it at all fair to use an elicitor to draw me out?" "It's a good match, my lady. She's a painter, a lover of art, and shiny things like you." "No one is a good match for a dragon. We are apparently meant for solitude." She paused, closed her eyes, and Madison felt the intensity of her scrutiny. "Madison Moss. What a peculiar name." "She's hungry in the way of dragons, full of desire. She has more pictures in her mind than she can paint in 3 mortal lifetimes." She opened her eyes. "She loves the boy," the Lady Aiden said abruptly, glaring at Seth. Nick nodded. "Yes." "He'll betray her," the lady said, flaring up dangerously, reaching for Seth with her taloned hand. Seth stood frozen and closed his eyes. "No, leave him alone. Madison struggled clumsily with the lady within her, trying to wrest control away from her. "No," Nick said quickly, morphing once again into the young Demas. "He loves her too. He is, I believe, wiser than I was." He paused. "I know you are tired of life, but there is hope in the young. I think they'll find their way to peace." The Lady Aiden looked them over, her gaze shifting from Jack to Seth, who still shivered under her glittering scrutiny. "The boy is damaged," she said, curling her lip back to reveal razor teeth. "He's using flame." "He is desperate to save the ones he loves. He would trade his life for theirs." Shifting back into Madison form, she reached out her hand and touched Seth in the center of his forehead. His entire body relaxed, his hands unclenched, and the pain and exhaustion and need in his face fell away. Seth dropped to his knees on the turf, head bowed. My lady," he whispered, his voice catching in his throat. "Madison, is she all right? Please, she never wanted any of this to happen. Don't take her. Take me instead." She gazed down at him a moment, leaned down and kissed him on the top of his head. She turned to Demas. "What is it you want me to do?" "Put an end to this conflict. Sort out the roses." The lady bristled with fire. "I never wanted to rule over you. You, of all people, should know that. I wanted an academy, collaboration among peers, meetings of the mind and communion of the heart, philosophy and discourse under the trees, and yet you led a conspiracy against me." Demas didn't answer for what seemed like a long time, and when he spoke, his voice fractured. "I am so tired of trying to make things right. If I could undo it, I would." He shifted back to old Nick. "If you will not mediate this dispute, then take back your gifts, the Weirstones." She gestured toward Seth and the others. "You've lived a long life, but they are young. Their Weirstones are a great price for them to pay to cleanse you of guilt." She smiled sadly and extended her hand. "Nicodemus, the age of dragons is past. I'm going back to sleep in the mountain. Come with me and rest." "The roses will annihilate or enslave the other guilds." Nick met Madison's eyes, then looked away. "Then they will murder each other. They'll destroy the world." The lady shrugged as if to say, "Who cares?" Then she seemed to take pity on Nick. "It's too late anyway." "I have abdicated in favor of the girl," Lady Aiden said. Nick's head came up. "What?" "The girl is a blue-blooded descendant of the Dragon Guard. She wears the stone of that lineage. I name her the heir of the Dragon Heart, the giver and taker of power. If you want someone to rule over you, she can do it." Now wait just a minute, Madison thought, rattling against confinement like a marble in a jar. "Who's this girl you're talking about?" Nick cleared his throat. "But so much power in the hands of one person." The Lady Aiden shrugged carelessly. "She does not want it either," she said, "and that is a hopeful sign. Let's trust her to make good use of it, shall we?" "But, my lady—" The lady drew herself up. "Goodbye, Demas. You know where to find me." Madison felt the touch of the lady's mind as she departed, and was suddenly and terribly alone. The green landscape faded, and the stone walls of the church closed in again. The others stirred, as if a spell were broken. Madison looked down at herself. Her vision swam, and she knew she must be hallucinating. Her skin still glowed, and she seemed to morph subtly from one shape to another, from a girl in jeans and a denim jacket, to the lady with jeweled skin, to something more dragon-like. Her skin glittered when the light hit it, just so, and flames seemed to trail her gestures. Seth gripped the end of a pew and pulled himself upright. "Madison," he said cautiously. "It's really you, isn't it? But you're shifting." He reached for her hands, and when Snowbeard said, "Careful," he ignored it. It was like gripping a live wire, power mingling and colliding in their fingertips. Seth's touch seemed to anchor her, and she held on tight, gazing hungrily into his face. His green eyes were clear now, no longer muddy with pain. He leaned down and kissed her, another exchange of potent power, leaving Madison overwhelmed with guilt and gratitude. He knows what I did. He knows what I am, and he doesn't hate me. Nick. So it was you. Jack's voice was icy cold. Madison turned. She'd forgotten anyone else was there. Jack slid his dagger free and pointed it at Nick, his blue eyes brilliant against a face pale with anger. "You were Demas, the wizard who established the guilds, who wrote the covenant." Nick was silent for so long that Seth thought the old wizard would not answer. When he spoke, he could scarcely be heard. "Yes. I led the original conspiracy against Lady Aiden. It was a long time ago, Jack. I was very ambitious, very full of myself. I saw no reason we should answer to a dragon, no matter how wise and virtuous she was. The price of living so very long is that one sees the error of one's ways." "And the tournaments, they were your idea too?" Jack's voice shook. Nick bowed his head against the assault. "I did not anticipate the level of destruction that resulted from putting such devastating power in the hands of flawed human beings. It was not only the Weir who were dying, but thousands of Anawir, in battles that raged all around the globe. We were destroying the earth as well, poisoning the atmosphere, sullying our waterways, drenching the ground in blood. So, with the help of some Confederates, I wrote the covenant, convinced representatives of the guilds to sign, and persuaded the nation of wizards that magical disaster would strike if we did not adhere to it. I created a legend and enforced it with magic. Those who violated it paid the price. No small feat, but then I was in my prime." He looked up at Jack. "I know this is difficult to believe, but the game saved thousands of lives." "Just not the lives of warriors," Jack said bitterly. "We're expendable." Snowbeard slumped into the nearest pew, his eyes still fixed on Madison. "At one time that seemed a reasonable trade-off." "A reasonable trade-off?" Jack's voice rose. "And now Ellen's lying out there with a mortal wound?" As if to add punctuation to this statement, a flaming missile smashed through the stained glass window above the altar, sending shards of glass flying toward them. Seth put up a hand, and the shrapnel dropped to the floor as if it had hit an invisible barrier. "They're getting close," he said. "We'd better go." But Madison put her hand on Nick's shoulder. He flinched violently when she touched him, and she pulled back her hand. "What changed you?" she asked. He smiled, his face crinkling into familiar lines. "Why, my dear, I fell in love. One of your May December affairs. My 15th bride. I was totally smitten. I had no idea she carried warrior blood. When our son was born a warrior, I tried to conceal him. When the Roses took him for the game, I freed him and fled to America. That was in 1802. He rubbed his hand over his face. "Jack, your great-great-grandmother Susanna was my many-greats granddaughter." Jack stopped pacing and swung around, looking not a little horrified. "You mean, you're my grandfather? So to speak, with a great many greats. I very much resembled you as a young man, though not quite so muscular. Nick shook off the memory. In recent years, I've tried to remake the hierarchy of the guilds, but found I'd lost power over it. My power has waned, while the system has taken on a life of its own. When Jason brought the dragon heart, I was hopeful that it might be a link to the lost lady, a last chance. What was it exactly? Seth asked. The dragon heart, I mean. Nick shrugged. The dragon heart is the lady's encoded memory, both her essence and the source of power given up by the lady to the Weir guilds. Outside, the fighting rolled toward them, its advance marked by the percussive tread of explosions. Flames flickered outside, casting bizarre shadows on the walls and floor, and thick smoke seeped in around the windows. Well, none of this is going to matter to any of us before long, Seth said. They're in, obviously. So, I guess this is the end then, Fitch said, pressing his fist over his heart. I have to say, it's been really... He swallowed hard. I wouldn't have missed it, he added, his voice faint in the cavernous sanctuary. Seth reached into his jacket and pulled out the bottle of flame. He gazed at it a moment, then opened his hand so that it fell, smashing on the stone floor. Listen, Seth said. The rest of you, get Ellen and go down in the crypt and out the tunnel to the lake. They won't know how many of us there are. They've broken through the walls, so there may be a way out. And what will you be doing? Will asked suspiciously. I'll hold them off as long as I can. You know, to give you a head start with Ellen. Then I'll come meet you, Seth said lightly. Right, Will said, not buying it. Not a chance. We all go or nobody goes. This is my fault, Madison said. I am so sorry. I was just trying to save Grace and JR. I've ruined everything. You had one little chance and I've wrecked it. Now Jason's dead and Ellen's hurt, the Dragonheart's gone, and they're coming for us. Madison, Seth began, but she knew better than to look at him. Anyway, you all go on. I'll go out there and see if I can suck the power out of some of them. It's worth a try. Madison. This time it was Nick. That won't work now. Not in the way you mean. You don't draw power anymore, but... Don't argue with me. My mind is made up. She felt almost peaceful now that she'd made her decision. No, Seth said. You didn't want to be involved in this in the first place. We pulled you into it, and now... Listen to me. Nick Snowbeard's voice boomed out with something of its old force, and everyone stopped talking. Madison, he continued in a softer voice. You do indeed have the means to save us all, but you must act quickly and with intelligence. I can teach you some things, but there's not much time. How? With what? She looked around at the others who seemed as puzzled as she. With the Dragonheart. She looked at him as if he'd lost his mind. The Dragonheart is gone. You are mistaken. Nick stood and pressed his fingers to the base of her collarbone. The Dragonheart is here. What? Madison looked totally bewildered. Nick smiled grimly. Madison, like it or not, you are, shall we say, the Dragon Heir. Chapter 37. The Dragon Heir. When it came down to the final assault, Jessamine Longbranch was surprised at the lack of resistance at the wall. After the days and weeks of siege warfare, it seemed the rebels' strength was far less than had been believed. In fact, the Roses had taken their greatest losses outside the perimeter from inter-house battles and a diabolical series of non-magical mines and explosive devices that infested the ground between the walls. It was a mark of ill-breeding for wizards to use such tactics against their fellow gifted. In the end, they sliced through the weir wall in 3 places. When the armies poured into the town, the rebels dissipated like smoke. The roses sent flame howling up the streets and alleys of Trinity, but it was like hunting stardust. Still, Jess was unsettled by the fact that Joseph Macaulay, Jack Swift, and Ellen Stevenson were conspicuously absent. Her greatest fear was that somehow they'd found a way to escape with the Dragonheart and were even now making their way to a rendezvous with Hastings and Downey. No sign of Madison Moss either, but there could be no doubt that the Dragonheart was still close by, somewhere near the center of town. Now, her objective was to get to it ahead of Geoffrey Wiley and the Red Rose. So when she came through the wall, she did not linger to finish off the last defenders. Leaving the cleanup to others, she led a score of her most trusted lieutenants toward the source of the power that welled from the city core. The town was in ruins. Its once picturesque square fumed black smoke into the dawn, surrounded by blasted storefronts and littered with broken glass. Its gingerbread Victorian homes were ablaze. The streets were deserted, the Anawir residents nowhere to be seen. Jess saw movement off to her left and right, a flash of red livery. Not rebels, but some of her purported allies. She sent flames spiraling out in both directions and heard screams as they connected. She could do with a little less competition. She quickened her pace to an undignified trot. If she could find the Dragonheart, so could anyone else. She rounded a corner and all but skidded to a stop, swearing forcefully. Ahead stood a large stone church, like a great ship swimming in a sea of wizards. Red Rose, White Rose, and some brave, indeterminate fools who had taken the new ecumenicalism to heart. She was late. She took a quick count and shook her head. Geoffrey Wiley greeted her on the church steps, a big smile on his ugly face, his shields firmly in place against a surprise attack from the sanctuary, or his allies. Jess, so glad you could come. We've demanded the surrender of the Dragonheart and are awaiting the rebels' response. Jess shook back her hair and delivered a withering sneer. Really, Geoffrey? Why are you even negotiating with them? The smile did not falter. Once we have the Dragonheart in our hands, we will, of course, renegotiate. Watch and learn. As if called by their conversation, the boy wizard Joseph Macaulay emerged onto a second-floor gallery, dressed all in black, glittering with wards. A few over-enthusiastic wizards, mostly Red Roses, directed a smattering of fire at him, which he brushed aside contemptuously. The boy surveyed the assembly as one might an infestation of fire ants, unpleasant but, for the most part, manageable. He was admittedly handsome, though he'd already mastered his father's habit of squinting down his long nose at his betters. Too bad he carried so much bad blood. I should have kept hold of the girl, she thought. Perhaps Macaulay still could have been turned. The boy's voice rang out over the churchyard. We've discussed your proposal, he said, and we have a counteroffer. He paused, as if to assure that he had everyone's attention. We propose a new covenant of peace and forgiveness. If you all go back where you came from, and swear off violence, coercion, and attack magic, we will allow you to live. For a moment, Wiley couldn't conjure a response. Are you out of your mind? He sputtered. What kind of a proposal is that? If you refuse, Macaulay continued, unperturbed, we'll strip you of magic and leave you Anawir. A buzz of outrage erupted from the assembled wizards. Jess couldn't help but admire the boy's arrogance. Apparently, Macaulay had also inherited his father's inability to recognize when he was beaten. Wiley was less impressed. Why, you self-important young... A generous offer, Macaulay's voice boomed out again, drowning out the commentary from Wiley and the rest of the crowd. Given the other crimes committed by some of you, including the murders of Jason Haley and Madison Moss. His voice trembled a bit at the end, whether from rage or grief Jess couldn't tell. Jess was finally goaded into speech. "The girl's dead?" "She was killed by falling debris during the attack." Jess sniffed. "Haley got what he deserved for not delivering what was promised, and if the girl is dead, it's your own fault for resisting." Macaulay went very still. "Well, she's still dead, isn't she?" he said softly. "And if not for you, she'd be alive." "Enough of this posturing," Wiley said. "Give us the dragon heart." Macaulay inclined his head and came up smiling an awful smile. "Be careful what you wish for," he said. He turned and looked back into the church. The windows kindled, illuminated by a light so bright Jess had to shade her eyes. There was a movement in the doorway. A long, sinuous neck uncoiling, wrapping itself around the tower of the church. A glittering body following, an armored tail clattering against the stone walls, the suggestion of wings that remained imprinted on Jess's vision when she closed her eyes. Slate roof tiles clattered down, followed by a gargoyle downspout, as the beast settled itself into the architecture of the building, its serpent's head questing out toward the wizards on the ground, its clawed forelegs gripping the stonework over the door. Wizards toppled, landing hard on the pavement of the parking lot, driven down by raw and irresistible power. "Dragon," the word rippled through the crowd. Jess managed to remain standing, though just barely. The apparition was so bright, it was difficult to look at for any length of time. The image wavered, and for a moment coalesced into a human figure, a woman, tall and terrible, with brilliant blue eyes and a cloud of glittering hair. She had a rather startled look on her face. Jessamine frowned, thinking she recognized her from somewhere. Wiley had fallen. Now, he gathered himself, forcing himself upright. "We've seen this before," he gasped, his face a fish-belly white. "At Second Sister. It's just a shade, a glamour. Nothing to be afraid of." He sounded totally unconvinced. Jessamine was filled with a cold and consuming dread. This was different from Second Sister, horribly different. Raw power pulsed from the beast, pounding against her consciousness like storm-driven surf. A dozen wizards surged forward in a charge across the cobbled square. Flame erupted from the ragged line, arcing toward the beast coiled around the base of the church steeple. The gouts of flame connected, but it was the wizards who went down screaming. Another wave of 20 wizards washed forward, attacked, and went down. After a moment's hesitation, the remaining wizards on the plaza turned and scrambled for the perimeter. Only Jess had a bad feeling that she still had a principal role to play. "Geoffrey Wiley," the monster said. It was a female voice, softly cadenced, oddly familiar. Wiley flinched and covered his head with his arms, as if he might hide himself from view. The erstwhile procurer of warriors for the Red Rose rapidly backpedaled until the dragon fixed him with its serpent eyes. Then he stood, frozen, as a mouse caught in a snake's gaze. The dragon shimmered, coalesced once again into the lady, dressed in what looked like a rough-spun monk's robe, her brilliance making it impossible to make out her features. Slowly she descended the church steps, fabric whispering over stone, stopping 3 steps above the bottom. "Come forward," she said in a terrible voice. Wiley shuffled forward, eyes downcast. "You have perverted and slandered my gift to you," the lady said, almost gently. She extended her hand until she touched Wiley's chest. "And so, I take it back." Wiley stiffened, eyes widening until the whites showed all around, gripped the lady's arm with both hands, and tried to shove it away. Then he screamed a high, wailing, desperate note, and collapsed to the ground, weeping. "You are now Anna Weir. Your link to the dragon heart is broken. Live on in the knowledge of what you've lost." Jess had nearly made it to the shelter of the alley before the lady called her name. "Jessamine Longbranch." Jess turned to run, but something slammed her to the asphalt. "Leave me alone. I've done nothing wrong." She tried to scramble away on her hands and knees, but the lady's voice froze her. The link between them drew her forward. Unable to resist, Jess turned and stumbled back across the plaza to where the lady stood. "You are a murderer, a slave master, a ruiner of lives," the lady said. "Jason and Maddie are dead, and Ellen's hurt, and believe me, I've about had it up to here." The lady paused, as if to collect herself. "You have desecrated the gift of power, and so I take it back." The lady reached deep inside Jessamine, gripped her weirstone, and pulled it free, as one might remove a pit from a cherry. It felt to her as if she'd been disemboweled, though her skin was unbroken. Jess rolled onto her back, screaming in agony. "You are Anawir," the lady said. Jess looked up at a world that had been drained of all color. She wrapped her arms around herself, breathing in great heaving gasps, as if she could somehow fill the void inside. She was a magical eunuch, exquisitely aware of what she had lost. Jess felt the touch of the monster's mind, and another wave of terror rushed over her. Over her rage and pain, Jessamine heard the lady say, "Now, the rest of you had all better go on home and change your ways and preach to your friends and pray I don't call your name." Wizards stampeded out of the churchyard. They didn't stop to help their fallen comrades. Madison was just so full up with anxiety that she was afraid if she opened her mouth, the worry would spill out and make all the possibilities real. So she kept her mouth clamped shut and looked out the window, the familiar landscape blurring with speed and unshed tears. Seth was just about as quiet. Now and then he asked a question about the road they were on, or how much farther it was to Booker Mountain. She could feel the tension in him, could see in the set of his jaw and the way his hands gripped the wheel that he felt entirely responsible for what she'd become and what she stood to lose. Everything had changed. She'd lost the raw craving in her belly that she hadn't recognized until it eased. Seemed like an elicitor is just an empty vessel, always hungry for power. Raggedy mad, she'd called it. She couldn't help wondering if it was Seth's gift that had attracted her to him in the first place. She and Seth were still circling each other, wary as stranger dogs. She felt a connection with him that hadn't existed before. His power was linked, entwined with hers. No one who hadn't experienced the flow of power from within could understand its intoxication. But she was like a child with a powerful weapon, the safety off, all cramped up with power and no idea how to use it, which Seth immediately pointed out. "Try to settle," he said, resting his hand on her knee, forcing a smile. "You're sparking. We'll have to walk the rest of the way if you short out the electrical system." "You should talk." "I'm just saying." "Then teach me." She couldn't help herself. Madison was desperate for knowledge in a way she'd never been about anything except painting. Seth removed his hand from her knee. "I told you. I will. But you can't learn it overnight. I was a disaster before I was taught. You're a lot more powerful than me, so more can go wrong." Seeing his pale, haggard face, she felt a rush of guilt. "You should be going after your parents." "I will, when this is done." He paused, groping for the right words. "At least they're grown-ups. They can defend themselves." Truth be told, she was glad he'd insisted on coming. She would have welcomed an army at her back, anything to bring the kids home safe. If she was really any kind of dragon, she would soar over the blunted hills of home and swoop down on Warren Barber, lift him high in the air, then drop him off the nearest cliff after she'd wrung from him the whereabouts of Grace and JR. But she couldn't control that metamorphosis, any more than she could control anything else. Her dragon self was like someone else's memory that surfaced, unsummoned and unannounced. And then she saw it, the yellow ribbon fluttering from the branches of a twisted pine. "Here, turn here." Seth made a hard right, skidding a bit, fighting to keep the car on the pavement. "You have to give me a little notice." "This is Booker Mountain Road," Madison said, wondering if Barber meant to meet her on her home ground. Where could he be keeping them? There's just my place and the Ropers. She could not entertain the idea that they were already dead. "What did he say when you called him?" "He said to follow the yellow ribbons. He'd make contact." It was nearly dark. The light from the dashboard illuminated Seth's features and glittered off the amulets he wore around his neck. The air from the open window tumbled his hair into thick slices of dark that sluiced against his pale skin. Time was, she had thought she'd die of embarrassment if Seth saw where she came from. The Booker house, all shabby grand and fading. Her mother, Carleen, much the same. Her brother and sister living like young savages on the mountain, resistant to their big sister's notion of civilization. Now, she wanted to breathe them in like the scent of wildflowers rising off a sunny field. Seth felt the intensity of her gaze and glanced at her questioningly, then looked back at the road, which was no longer there, just open space where the bridge used to be. Seth stomped on the brake and twisted the wheel. The car careened sideways, rolling once before it landed heavily on its wheels in Booker Creek. For an instant, Madison was fighting with the side airbag, and then it was gone, and her right arm that she'd flung out in front to keep from going into the dashboard was gashed deep and dripping blood. She looked at Seth, who lay unconscious, draped across the steering wheel, a purple swelling rising over his right eye. She pressed her fingers against the side of his neck. His pulse thudded against her skin, and she knew the key to keeping him alive was getting away from the car. She squirmed out of her seatbelt, forced open the door with her good arm, and slid out into the creek, which fortunately was just knee-deep in this spot. "That's the thing about wizards," Warren Barber said from the bank. "They're not used to having to be clever. All you ever need is one trick." And all Madison had was one trick, the one Nick had taught her at the church. It would have to be enough. "You idiot," she said, more to herself than to him. "You could have killed me. Then you'd never get your hands on the dragon heart." The pale brows drew together. "I told you to come alone. I needed a ride." "So you asked Macaulay?" Madison took a deep breath, fighting for control. It wouldn't do to play her puny hand so soon. "Who else do you think would be willing to drive me all the way down here?" "You think he'd let you hand the dragon heart over to me?" "He doesn't know I have it. I was going to split away before we met." "So where is it?" "I'll show you once I've seen Grace and JR. He shaded his eyes, as if she were too bright to look at. "Show me the stone first." "I don't have it on my person." Barber kind of rocked back on his heels. She could tell he wasn't used to being said no to. "You'd better not be lying to me." He slid down the bank, landing lightly on his feet, and walked toward the car. "Leave him alone," Madison said sharply. "He's out cold." When Barber leaned into the window, she added, "You so much as breathe on him, and the deal's off." Barber straightened and squinted at her uncertainly. "What's up? You seem different." "I just want to get this over with. Come on, let's go." Barber's Jeep was parked at the foot of a gravel road that snaked over the shoulder of the mountain above the Roper place. They hairpinned up the slope on a road better suited for the plodding gait of oxen hauling overburden and pig iron. Madison knew then where they must be headed. Colton Furnace was a short-lived enterprise of her great-grandfather's. He'd built the stack of sandstone lined with fire brick and dug iron ore from the mountain and made charcoal from the groves of hardwood trees. The furnace produced ingots of iron that were floated down Booker Creek and eventually to the Scioto and the Ohio River. The furnace stack remained against the shoulder of the mountain, though the company store, church, and school had long since slid away, victims of erosion and the cutting of trees. Bryce Roper knew about the furnace. He must have suggested it to Barber as a place to keep his young captives. They had to hike the last few hundred yards over rubble and rock, since the wagon track was too treacherous and unstable for them to proceed farther. The retaining wall that kept the mountain at bay had collapsed, so the stack was half buried on 3 sides. Saplings sprouted out of the chimney where they'd found a little dirt between the stones. Someone had affixed a cast iron door to the stack to keep vandals from getting inside and damaging the historical ruins. The door was still firmly in place, padlocked and half buried in slag. Madison swung around to look at Barber. "Where are they?" He shrugged and pointed to the top of the chimney. "I dropped them in from the top." "You what?" Madison scrambled up the unstable slope next to the chimney, rocks sliding away from beneath her feet, gripping the chimney with one hand to keep from sliding down herself. At the top, she could look down into the black interior of the stack. "Grace? John Robert?" For a moment, nothing. And then she heard movement down below. She caught a whiff of foul air, what you might expect when 2 kids had been penned up together for days. Madison?" It was Grace, her voice uncharacteristically reedy and thin. "Gracie, is John Robert with you?" And then they were both shouting and crying and calling her name, as if they thought she'd forget about them and go away if they let up. "You just hold on. I'm getting you out of there." She looked down at Warren Barber from her perch high on the slope, thinking she'd like to throw the mountain down on top of him, and wondering if she could. But first, she needed him to do something she hadn't the skill to do. "You open up that door," she said, fury overcoming whatever fears she had. "Do it now." "First the Dragonheart. I haven't seen those kids yet. I don't know that they're all right." She fetched up a fist-sized piece of slag and winged it down at him, striking him in the shoulder. Stupid, but satisfying. He rubbed his shoulder, his lips pulling away from his teeth in a snarl. "You're going to pay for that." And she knew that she might, but she didn't care. Madison slid down the slope, landing next to him in a shower of stones. "I want to see for myself that they're not hurt." She wished she knew how to focus her mind the way the wizards did to make him do what she wanted. Instead, the force of her will slammed against him in an indiscriminate way. Barber squinted at her, fisting his hands at his sides, twitching with frustration. It was almost as if she could tease out the gist of his thoughts. She was proving unexpectedly stubborn, and right now, neither one of them could get at the kids, so he couldn't use them to get her to do what he wanted. So, "All right," he said, with a smile that froze the blood in her veins. "Whatever you say." He thrust his hand forward, palm out, and a concussion of air struck the cast-iron door, bowing it inward. Rocks bounced down the unstable slope and landed at their feet. "Will you be careful?" Madison hissed. Barber stared at her. "What's with your eyes?" She realized she was sparking again, as Seth put it. "Settle, Maddie," she said to herself. "Hurry up," she said aloud. This time, Barber ran a line of flame around the outside of the door like a cutting torch. He poked it with a fistful of air, and the door fell in with a clang. Again, a rush of stinking air, followed by Grace, blinking in the moonlight, her face streaked with soot and tears. She ducked through the doorway and stepped over the jagged metal threshold, lifting John Robert after her. "Now," Barber said, reaching for Gracie. Playtime's over. "Run!" Madison shouted, slamming her shoulder into Barbara's midsection. They tumbled down slope, Madison groping for his weirstone, as Nick had taught her. But then her head struck a rock, and she saw stars for a moment, and when she regained her wits, Barbara was gone, charging across the side of the mountain after Grace and John Robert. If he got hold of them, he'd have control of her, and he knew it. Madison stood and almost fell again, her head spinning, then staggered after them. John Robert's feet slid in the shale, and he fell, and Barbara had him, dangling him in space, his arms and legs pinwheeling as he struggled to get free. Grace went to turn back, and Madison, coming on, yelled, "No, Grace, run!" And Grace turned to run. Barbara extended his arm, and Madison knew he wouldn't miss as flames streaked from his outstretched hand. Madison screamed as it slammed into Grace and kept coming and coming, an unrelenting river of flame squeezing out of his body. Understanding, and then horror, flooded into Barbara's face. "No!" he screamed, dropping John Robert and trying to rip free of Grace. J.R. scrambled on all fours toward Grace, who stood like some kind of avenging goddess, her dark hair flying in the wind, until Barbara wilted and toppled off the mountain into space. It was almost as good as dropping him off a cliff. It probably never occurred to Barbara that if magical gifts run in families, then so must the ability to suck magic out of a weirstone. Nicodemus Snowbeard died the day after the siege at Trinity ended, at an age variously estimated to be 600 to 1,000 years old. They buried him at Dragon's Gill, which had reverted to its original name, before the cave and under the dragon's tooth, where he would be close to the lady he had loved and betrayed. With the end of the D'Orsay line, Leander Hastings and Linda Downey moved into Dragon's Gill Castle. No one seemed interested in contesting their claim. Jason never went back to Britain. They buried him in the churchyard at St. Catherine's, his mother's amulet in his hands. They raised a stone, and on it was engraved, Draca Herta, Dragonheart. Mercedes and Leisha planted rosemary for remembrance, and vines climbed over his stone, and flowers bloomed summer and winter over his grave. Trinity suffered through a siege of confusion and investigations, invasions by government agents and talk of terrorist plots. But it is difficult to get the truth when a whole range of possibilities is off the table, and those few who know something aren't talking. Ellen was a terrible patient, but fully recovered, except she had a new set of scars, like a soldier's tattoos. Jack and Ellen and even Leisha Middleton threw themselves into the rebuilding of the town, an effort led by Jack's mother, Becca, who knew how to get things done and would make sure they were done right. Leisha's Aunt Melisandre was a major donor. When summer finally came, Madison Moss went home to claim her inheritance. She could sit on her front porch and hear Booker Creek and look down the long slopes to the river, glinting in the slanted sunlight. And in those hills she saw the reflection of other hills, slashed by gills, set with jeweled mirrors and standing stones. She could paint if she liked, and sleep in the sun if she liked, something for which dragons are well suited. But what she liked most was tromping along Booker Creek with Seth Macaulay, who seemed as at home there as anywhere. People in the county said Madison Moss was different, somehow changed by her time up by the lake. She looked you in the eye more, and her eyes were different too, almost mesmerizing. And sometimes her skin seemed to glitter and spark when the sunlight struck it just so. Everyone knew you didn't mess with Madison Moss. You never could tell what that girl would end up to be. Bryce Roper's murderer was never identified. The Roper mine eventually played out and closed, and Bryce and Roper, Sr., went off someplace where there were other fortunes to be made. Seth didn't know the ways of dragons, but he knew the ways of magic, and so he and Madison sorted some things out together and left others alone. And if sometimes they drifted on to other, more interesting topics, they could scarcely be blamed. They'd lie in the hammock that swayed over Booker Creek and stare up at the canopy of leaves and dream dreams that they hoped would come true. Among the Weir, legends about the dragon Heir that appeared in Trinity spread, becoming more and more elaborate, fanned by certain storytelling factions among the various guilds. No one knew where the lady had gone, or when she might reappear. Wizards pressed their hands anxiously against their breasts, and tossed and turned in their beds, and wondered what it would be like to be Anawir. And behaved, temporarily at least. Around the world, the magical guilds celebrated, all the while knowing that fear of dragons can't last forever.
The End. You've been listening to The Dragon Heir by Cinda Williams-Chima, narrated by Robert Ramirez, and directed by Jane Kramer. This book is copyrighted 2008 by Cinda Williams-Chima. This recording is copyrighted 2009 by Recorded Books. And thank you for being a Recorded Books reader.